Okay. As the president of the EEB, I have the pleasure of welcoming you all to the 2023 Annual Conference of the EEB. This year hosted by EEB together with one of our Swedish member organizations, the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation, SSNC, which I'm also the president. And with me on stage, I have the Secretary General of the SSNC, Karin Lexén.
Thank you, Johanna. And also from me, a warm welcome also from SSNC and Naturskyddsföreningen. With Sweden holding the Council presidency, the Swedish government has welcomed their colleagues to Sweden for a number of meetings. And we are now very happy, together with the EEB, to welcome our friends from the European environmental movement to Stockholm. We are also very pleased to see so many Swedish participants in the audience, a range of different actors with one thing in common, our engagement in a strong European environmental protection. However, at the same time, while we are gathering here in Stockholm, Russia's war on Ukraine is still ongoing, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives, environmental destruction, and an extremely challenging situation for our fellow colleagues in the environmental movement in Ukraine. We are with you in our hearts and in our thoughts.
This conference takes place against a backdrop of urgency posed by the triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and chemical pollution. As we in this room are well aware of, these three interrelated crises are posing a significant threat to our planet, to justice and peace, and their impacts are already being felt around the world. The effects of climate change are becoming increasingly apparent, from rising sea levels to more frequent and intense natural disasters and increasing inequalities. Biodiversity loss, on the other hand, is threatening the very fabric of our ecosystems and the critical services they provide, from pollination to carbon sequestration. Again, those directly depending on intact nature, such as small-scale farmers, will be impacted first and most. Finally, chemical pollution is contaminating our air, our water, and soil, and endangering the health of millions of people and wildlife. We are all dependent on the environment and will be affected by the consequences of exceeding planetary boundaries. And the effects do not stop at national borders.
The severity of these crises cannot be ignored and is demanding powerful and active responses from all parts of society. In today's conference, we will focus on the specific role of the European Union. As a major economic power and a significant contributor to the triple crisis, there lies a heavy responsibility on the EU to limit its footprint within Europe and in the world in line with international agreements. The EU also has the potential to lead by example and inspire global action by ambition policy making and leading by example.
In 2019, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen launched the European Green Deal. The Green Deal promised to deliver a set of deeply transformative policies and was the first of its kind globally. Taking stock of the Green Deal to date, we find a mixed bag of results. There are a number of clearly good commitments that support a transformative agenda, such as the EU Biodiversity Strategy and the Chemical Strategy. There are some missed opportunities where important steps are taken in the right direction, but where more ambition is urgently needed. The climate package Fit for 55 and the forest strategy being two examples. Unfortunately, there are also failures. Not using the common agricultural policy as a tool for a sustainable transformation of European agriculture stand out as an obvious example.
Despite having made important progress, the European Green Deal has also met opposition. The COVID-19 crisis was used by some as an argument to slow down the European Green Deal. But the EGD became a guiding principle for the economic recovery efforts, even if practice often does not live up to the principle. Russia's illegal invasion on Ukraine has also been used by some interest groups to weaken and postpone important parts of the EGD. Yet, the war shows us that we need a more, not less ambitious EGD more than ever if we are to become independent on fossil fuels, material, price hikes, and undemocratic regimes. The European Green Deal can help Europe become more resilient towards new crises in the future. We are also seeing increasing polarization in Europe and in the world, and there are a number of examples of progressive environmental policies that are being turned into political battlefields. It is clear that we need to push for strong political commitment across political borders to ensure that important initiatives under the European Green Deal live up to the aspirations and are not hollowed down.
Today, we have brought together key players in the European environmental movement, progressive businesses, and academia with political decision makers to discuss the main challenges of ecological transition at European level and the way forward. We will discuss with our many knowledgeable speakers and panelists how far the European Green Deal has taken us to make the EU fit for a better future where people and nature thrive together. We will also explore what more can be done, still be achieved during this Commission and Parliament. Most importantly, we will look forward to the European parliamentary elections in spring 2024 and beyond. These coming years are critical to ensure the transformative agenda we need, that science has underlined as essential to tackle the triple crisis we are facing. That the EU needs to step up its ambition is clear. But what should be the next steps to make the EU a catalyst for a sustainable future in the next crucial years? What are the agents of change? And how can we ensure a pact for our common future, a stronger and more comprehensive European Green Deal too, that integrates environmental and climate policy with social justice and measures for the economic transition? These are key questions that we will return to throughout the day.
And we will now give the floor to today's moderators that will guide you through the program. And those are Patricia Heidegger, Deputy Secretary in the EEB, and Anneli Andersson, Head of Policy Coordination in the SSNC. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Johanna and Karen, for your words of welcome and for opening the conference. I'm Patricia Heidegger, the Deputy Secretary of the EEB, and I'm very pleased to be one of the co-moderators of today's annual events. So a big welcome and good morning to all of you here with us in Stockholm and to everyone online.
Yes, and my name is Anneli Andersson. I'm Head of Policy Coordination, or Stabschef in Swedish. Always find it hard to translate. And Patricia and I will be guiding you through today. And before going into the program, a few practical issues. There will be a coffee break at 10:15. More to come on that. And outside where you came in, that's where the coffee will be served, and that's also where you find toilets and emergency exits. And there's signs at the back of the room here for the emergency exits. And also a short note on accessibility. There are hearing loops in the room, and there were mobile loops available just outside of the room. And today's seminar will not be translated to sign language or live text, but for those watching afterwards, it will be available with text. And if you have any other requests or questions regarding accessibility, you can let one of our team members know. And we are well aware that all of you joining us today, both online and in the room, have a lot of knowledge to bring to the table and discussions on these issues. There won't be a lot of interaction in the program itself, but for those in the room, I would really encourage you to use the breaks to exchange with colleagues and discuss. And for those of you active on Twitter, you can share your thoughts and comments on the conference using hashtag EGD2. I think that will be shown. Yeah, it's down there, EGD2. And we will also use Slido throughout the day for asking questions to the audience, and also for some polls to the audience. We'll try it out in a minute. And maybe obvious to everyone, but still important to say, that this conference is a place where we respect each other's opinion and we listen, so there will be no tolerance for disrespectful or discriminatory comments, nor from the onstage or from the audience. So we're trying Slido out. I think or maybe it's not. You go to slido.com on your phone or on your computer, and there you enter a code, and that code is hashtag EGD2, so same one that we're using for Twitter to make it easy. And doing that, you should find a question on where you are joining us from today. So please take a moment to fill that in, and we'll see where our audience are from and at.
Great, and while you do that, I will just quickly run you through the program. So we have 5 sessions today. In the first session, we'll hear from 2 key decision makers and what their visions are to achieve our environmental, climate, and sustainability objectives. In session 2, we will then have some time to go a little bit deeper into the 3 environmental crises. We will talk about what is needed on climate and energy, on nature and biodiversity protection and restoration, and how we can advance towards our zero pollution future, zooming in the topic of chemicals. And then after the lunch, we'll go into session 3, a panel debate with 4 representatives from European political parties. We have invited them to share with us already, now while they're working on their election manifestos for next year, what they will be promising to their voters. We will then have a reaction from a representative of the European youth environmental movement. She will react to what she has heard throughout the day and from the political leaders before we will then come to the wrap-up and summary of the conference, and then close just shortly after 3 p.m. So we can have a look at our Slido results, maybe to see if the audience has figured out the technical details. Can we see the results on the screen? Yes. So where is everybody joining us from this morning? Stockholm is in the middle. That's obvious, and that's great. And then we have Brussels there. We have other Swedish cities. We have Skopje, North Macedonia. We have Latvia, Serbia, Norway, Belgium, and so on. So thank you for sharing that with us, and welcome again to everyone, especially those of you online. So let us go straight into session 1. The question that we asked for the title is, what do we need our common future to look like, and what do we need to do to make this happen? We have 2 speakers here. Both have sent us a video message. So as a first speaker, I can announce a video message from the European Environment Commissioner, Virginijus Sinkevicius. He's traveling today, so this is why he's not joining us live. He and his team and well, the experts working at the Directorate General for the Environment have been quite central or key in developing and proposing a lot of new legislation, policies and instruments under the European Green Deal. And the Commission is still very committed, so he said, to still present all the proposals that they have promised to us. So we're very keen to hear what he has to share with us for our annual conference. Can we please see the video?
A very good morning to you all, and thank you for this invitation to launch the proceedings. EEB are influential players in Brussels and all around the Union. The Commission looks very carefully at your assessments. Your comments are always welcome. Together with EEB, we share a vision of a common future, a world of clean air, clean water and clean soil, an environment that's toxic-free. There are many obstacles on the way. Last year we learned that we are already the wrong side of the planetary boundary for chemical pollution. Pollution is our third planetary crisis, along with biodiversity loss and global heating. With the EU Green Deal, we have a good chance of getting back on track. But we have to keep driving in the right direction, and we need to get everyone on board. We all know there are toxins all around us. PFAS are a good example. They are serious concern for human health and the environment. European human biomonitoring is finding them in the blood of teenagers at all levels, well above acceptable threshold. 10 years ago, the EU lists 1 PFAS under the Water Framework Directive. Now that the harmfulness of others is widely acknowledged, we are proposing to add 24 more to the list of priority substances. But if you want to be toxic-free, you have to stop pollution at source. That's why an EU-wide group restriction was initiated in January. It will still be a long process before the restriction becomes law, because we have to proceed with care. We have to strike a balance between the need for protection and the need to allow essential uses of PFAS, at least until alternatives are found. And I'm thinking of examples of uses of PFAS for net zero applications, which we really need to decarbonize society. EU experts will help us understand what derogations will be justified. Our chemicals legislation is already among the strictest in the world, but there is still so much to do to make things legal, framework more preventive. We are starting to favor a group approach, the way we are doing for PFAS. That is the only way to prevent one harmful chemical from being replaced by another with similar harmful properties. We are also extending restrictions of harmful chemicals to groups of products like articles for childcare. And we are stepping up restrictions on endocrine disruptors. The most harmful chemicals, like PFAS, will only be allowed when use is essential for society. Our thinking is essential use will be an incentive for swift innovation. It will help companies answer 2 basic questions. Do we really need to use this chemical? And if we do, how can we do things in a different way? Those are also questions for you and me, questions for the society as a whole. We all want to safeguard our environment and do a better job protecting our children. There are ways to go faster, to do better, and to do more. And I look forward to the outcome of your conference, because I'm sure you will provide some excellent suggestions. Best wishes for your discussions today, and please, keep on pushing for a greater ambition.
So we thank the Commissioner for his message, and well, I'm happy that he mentioned chemical pollution as the main topic of his intervention. As you all know, chemical regulation has been under fire the last months, and we've been working very hard, fighting very hard for it not to be off the agenda. So I think his intervention gave a lot of material to keep on this discussion in one of the breakout sessions that we will have later on. So over to you for our other speaker.
Yes, and one important reason for us holding this conference in Stockholm now is, of course, the ongoing Swedish EU presidency. And I'm therefore very happy to be able to introduce a message from the Swedish Minister of Climate and Environment, Romina Pourmokhtari. Unfortunately, she was not able to be here due to other obligations, but she has also sent us a message, which we will have a look at now.
Distinguished participants, thank you for inviting me to your annual meeting and for giving me the opportunity to record this speech digitally. My name is Romina Pourmokhtari and I'm the Minister for Climate and the Environment of Sweden. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend in person, but I value this opportunity to briefly inform you about the work of the Swedish presidency so far. The aim of our presidency is to make the EU greener, safer and freer, and these matters are not isolated but deeply intertwined. If we accelerate the green transition, we not only reach our climate and environmental targets, but we will also increase security of our future societies and our competitiveness. The transition to a resource-efficient, carbon-free future will require major investments in innovative industries that can translate both existing and new technology into functional solutions. The green transition is one of Sweden's overarching presidency priorities, and we are committed to deliver on the objectives of the Green Deal. Much work remains, but we have already made good progress during the past 4 months. One of our main objectives is to finalize the remaining files of the Fit for 55 package, which aims to ensure that the EU reduces its net emissions by at least 55% by 2030 and becomes climate neutral by 2050. Now, we have managed to take many important steps forward during this spring. We have, for example, reached preliminary agreements with the Parliament on renewable energy, energy efficiency and expansion of charging infrastructure, sustainable maritime fuels and most recently also sustainable air transport fuels, which is a very exciting development. Furthermore, all of the climate files in the package have now been formally adopted by both the European Parliament and the European Member States. The Fit for 55 package truly represents a landmark in the implementation of EU's climate ambitions, and it also provides European industries with long-term conditions so that they can lead with green solutions that can increase Europe's global competitiveness. Another milestone so far is that the Council has agreed on a common position on the Industrial Emissions Directive, which regulates pollutant emissions from industrial installations and from livestock farms. And before the end of our presidency, we have the ambition to reach Council positions on the Eco-Design Regulation, the Waste Shipment Directive, the CLP Regulation, and as well the Nature Restoration Law. Moreover, we have started trilogue negotiations with the European Parliament for Environmental Crimes Directive, as well as for the F-gases, the ozone regulations as well. And I do not expect us to be able to finalize those, but I'm happy that we have managed to get some important progress on these files. And finally, we've made significant progress on other important acts of the Green Deal, among them the Ambient Air Quality Directive, the Packaging and Packaging Waste Regulation, Euro 7, and the CO2 standards for heavy-duty vehicles, as well as the certification framework for carbon removals. Now, our ambition is to progress as much as possible on the ongoing negotiations before we hand over to Spain. It is important that the Council and the European Parliament pass as much Green Deal legislation as possible before the European election campaigns start. And as the current chair of the Council, I would just like to express some concern over the delays and uncertainties surrounding the delivery of various pieces of the strategy regarding a revised REACH regulation. REACH is a central element in the implementation of the chemical strategy and of the Green Deal. And it is also a cornerstone for an extended generic risk management, driving the necessary substitution of substances of concern in articles. To achieve a circular economy, substances of concern need to be replaced by safe and sustainable alternatives in different articles and materials. And if the proposal on the revised REACH regulation would be put forward by the Commission during our presidency, I would kickstart the negotiations without delay. In the meantime, I welcome the broad restriction proposal on PFAS, which was recently prepared and presented by 5 member states, and I'm proud that Sweden was one of them. Restricting hazardous substances group-wide is in line with the chemical strategy and will contribute to building a more circular economy in all of Europe. After the European Parliament elections, there will be a new political environment in the EU, and I hope that the next Commission, as well as the new Parliament, will continue to strive for a robust European policy framework and ensure our transition to a resource-efficient, emissions-free and sustainable future. If we as policymakers enable for our businesses to accelerate the green transition by providing the right regulatory framework, this will strengthen Europe's competitiveness in the long run. And early movers will have a competitive edge in periods of industrial and technological transition. European companies that provide green solutions will be in high global demand and can help drive the transition and contribute to fighting climate change, preserving and restoring biodiversity, as well as reducing pollution in closing material loops. So it is time to build a stronger Europe with a green, resilient and future-proof economy that can spur prosperity also for our future generations. I hope that you will have stimulating and fruitful discussions today, and I look forward to taking part of your conclusions. Thank you for listening.
So we're very happy to hear that the Swedish minister is showing ambition when it comes to getting as much legislation as possible in place before the European elections, and also for ambitious policies after the elections. The minister mentioned a long list of important legislation, and it's difficult to comment on one of these, as each one would require its own session. But there's still almost 2 months to go of the Swedish presidency, so there's still time to push the negotiations to get as far as possible. Yeah, so we're heading into the panels in the next session.
Yes, session 2.
Session 2. And you, yeah.
I will see you later.
We will see you later on stage. So now we are moving into, we will have 3 panels discussing the 3 different crises, as Johanna and Karin mentioned in their introduction, and as everyone participating here today are well aware of. We're facing a triple crisis: climate change, loss of biodiversity, and chemical pollution. And the EU has a key role to play in addressing these. We will be speaking about how far the European Green Deal has taken us, what can still be expected in the year to go until the European elections, and what needs to be done in the coming years after the elections. And before welcoming our first facilitator for the first panel, I'll just go through a few practical things. You can continue to share your thoughts on Twitter, as I mentioned before. And then the Slido that we tried out before. When you're already logged into Slido through the code gave you before, and there's a Q&A session, like part in Slido, Q&A. That's where you can post questions to the audience that you want to ask to the audience, because that's how we will be picking up questions to the audience today. There will, like during these 3 panels, there won't be the possibility to grab a mic and ask a question from the audience, but both you in the room and you participating online ask your questions on Slido. And there's also the possibility on Slido that if you see that someone else already asked a question that you find interesting, you can like that question. That way we see which are the questions that the audience find the most relevant. So, that said, I give the floor now to today's first facilitator, Luke Haywood, Policy Manager for Climate and Energy at the EEB, who will facilitate this first panel. Welcome, Luke.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. Great pleasure to be here. Before I start, I wanted to share with you how I got here. So I took the boat, but that's another story. So I was asked by a colleague, you know, Luke, do you want to facilitate a panel? And I'm like, sure, why not? Yeah, what's it on? The European Green Deal? Yeah, Green Deal, the whole, yeah, past, present, and future. That's a big, Luke, don't worry, it's just the climate part. Only the climate, that's only the emissions trading scheme, social climate fund, market stability reserve, sustainable fuel aviation, sustainable fuel in maritime, then there's the performance of buildings directive, the renewable energy. So I'm thinking, you know, this is, sure, I can do that, but it's going to be intense. It's going to be a bit heavy, maybe, you know. It's, yeah. Oh, Yeah, but don't make it too heavy, Luke, because it's the first session. You want to get people to a good start. So I'm like, okay, maybe I can show some pictures of cats or something. No slides. And also, it's a serious, there might be some people who have very strong feelings about climate change. There might even be some protesters that might be angry if you're too positive. So this is getting difficult by now. It's like not too positive, not too negative. And I'm thinking I don't want to sort of put the panel in a difficult position because I'm just facilitating. So, you know, it's okay for me, but I don't want to put the panel. We have a very distinguished panel. So I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, why don't I share the responsibility with you, all of you? So I want you to take the responsibility for how optimistic or pessimistic you are with respect to the climate, but also with respect to the EU policies in this area. And I'd like to invite you to go on Slido, and if our technical geniuses could go to the first question on Slido. As you know, the aim is to increase the average global temperatures to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial average. And so the good start to the day answer is right at the bottom. I had put it at the top, but obviously, I know they changed in the distribution. Okay, so the 0% answer is the good start to the week. The more than 3 degrees Celsius is sort of getting to climate chaos. I didn't dare put any more on there, but it's not my fault. It's, you know, it's a shared responsibility. I can't even vote, so. Okay, so 2 to 3 degrees, okay. We're stabilizing there. So we're missing the objective. Under 1.5 degrees, quite poorly. There's 1% of positive people. Okay, that's good. So thanks very much for that. It's not my fault. I was not at all responsible for this. So I thought this might be a bit risky with one question. You know, I'm an economist, portfolio diversification, you know, spread the risk. So I have a second question. So it's the possibility now for you to catch up. If we could have the second Slido question, that's... So how confident are you that the EU will reach its 2030 targets? So this is reducing emissions by 55% with respect to 1990. Yeah, as EEB NGOs, we were more for 65%. Now Timmermans is saying maybe 57% is realistic. But other people are saying, you know, transport, agriculture, we haven't really been doing very much. Are we actually going to get there? Yeah, so people are unsure, not very confident, yeah. So when I wrote what crisis might strike, you know, I can see the EEB colleagues going polycrisis and biodiversity, but I was thinking more of Greek letters or maybe the letter Z. Okay, so people are not super confident. You're not helping the panel, but maybe the panel can then create the balance. So let's have just one third question before I hand over to the panel. So now it's the 2050 targets, the same question, but looking a little bit ahead. So whereas for the 2030 target, we have the Fit for 55 package. This is the big thing. For 2050, we haven't really got a lot in place. The aim is carbon neutrality. That's to be defined. But again, lots of people think unsure what crisis, not confident. We have 11% who think we're on track, 10%. Yeah, okay, 9%, okay. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure about the good start to the day, but yeah, it's a shared responsibility. We can blame it on the online people, maybe that makes it feel better in the coffee break, maybe. I'd now like to ask our very distinguished panel to join me, and we'll take a seat and then try and digest these results as best as we can. Wherever you like, please. Of course, best would have been in the order that I have here. But
yes. You choose the green.
Yeah, that was unintentional, but maybe subconscious.
This is perfect. So to my left, we have Nina Ikelund from Haga Initiativet, Executive Director. Haga Initiativet is a network of companies that works to reduce carbon emissions from the business sector and highlight the climate issue by showing that ambitious climate strategies create business advantages and improve profitability. And that's not only the usual suspects. There's some big companies that I wouldn't have suspected there, so Coca-Cola Sweden and McDonald's Sweden. Nina is also founder of her consultancy, if I understood correctly, so I really look forward to some insights from large and small businesses. To her left, we have Michael Lee, the Secretary General of Solidar. Like the EEB, Solidar is a network of civil society organizations, 50 members, some of which are themselves networks, like EEB. For example, here locally, we have the Olof Palme Internationella Center, and which is itself an umbrella of labor market organizations, where Michael worked for many years. And his self-description on Twitter is Secretary General fighting to advance social justice through a just transition. To his left is Chiara Martinelli, Director of Climate Action Network Europe. CAN Europe is, like the EEB and Solidar, a coalition of NGOs, a network. But it not only has networks as members, it's itself part of an international network. So there is a CAN International and CAN Arab World, CAN Southeast Asia. It's very impressive. The self-description of CAN Europe is Europe's leading NGO coalition fighting dangerous climate change. And I'm happy to say that we work very closely with CAN on many areas. So I'd really like to give the floor to you now. And the sort of two guiding questions that we had was, how is Fit for 55 going? How is 2030 going? What remains to be done? And then, maybe what are the priorities for the next legislature? And yeah, all that in 2 minutes. Would you like to start, Nina?
Thank you so much. And I just want to say that we have a 1.5-degree strategy. So all the companies are setting targets not aligned with 2 degrees or 3, but with 1.5. And that means more than halving their emission every 10 years, even more ambitious. And for every year we don't succeed, we need to be more ambitious. And if we are going to succeed, we need to have policy with us. And the problem right now, I just want to say that, is that EU is on track, but the Swedish policy is not on track. And that means having our targets that we wrote around 2017, because of policy haven't been on track, we might have to change our ambitious targets and lower them. And that is a problem. So we are asking for ambitious policy to succeed. So with that said, it's a lot of things that need to be done after Green Deal and Fit for 55 and so. And I really don't know where to start. We can see, looking at a bigger picture, we can see that we're getting a lot of right-wing parties all over Europe, and they are not fond of ambitious climate policy. And they are also talking to the people in the countryside, in rural areas, and saying it's expensive with climate change. And they are not talking about biodiversity or chemicals, etc. right now, what we can see. So if we, as a business network, is going to succeed, we also need to think of the people that are not on track for the climate transformation. So, and that is really strange, but starting to talk about that as a business person, that we need a just transition. But that is really, really important. Otherwise, it won't go the right way. So we do need to evaluate policy so far. We need to not only look at climate. In our business network, it's a climate business network. But we have started to look at biodiversity as well and see how we can connect biodiversity and climate, and as business move policy further. And that is also something that's really needed in Europe. And we need to talk about the benefits the added values of the climate change. We can see when we look at our companies, if we not do the climate transition, we will lose jobs and certainly not get new jobs. We can see that our welfare will be worsened. We can see that health is not going the right track if we don't do the climate transition. So you need to talk about these positive added values also. And also now, we are in a situation with IRA, Inflation Reduction Act in USA, and that is going, it's really good because we can see that it's easier for US to reach their targets. But we need an appropriate answer from the European Union on that field as well. I can continue for a long time, maybe my time, I'm probably run out of time.
Let's
so.
rather have a second round. Okay, please.
Well, thank you. And happy that you mentioned just transition. I think from my side and from my organization side, Solar represents 50 progressive civil society organizations, many of them, or most of them, active in the field of social justice or social rights. And I think our own organization networks change from being a solely network focusing solely on just transition focusing solely on social rights, general welfare, access to social rights and social justice across Europe, to realizing what you just mentioned, Nina, that there is no social justice, there's no social rights if you don't deal with this triple crisis. And you mentioned the triple crisis in your program. Now, I mean, if this was my annual General Assembly, we would have added a crisis of the social inequality crisis that are rising throughout Europe. And if we don't tackle that properly, we open the field wide open to populist and nationalist right. We see it now in the Swedish debate. We had the Swedish Democrats, who is the current nationalist, former fascist party of Sweden, who, whereas the current government now are lowering the ambitions in terms of reduction in fuel, they praise it as a win for the ordinary man, for the common people. And we, as a combined effort between social and environmental movements, we need to find a new language that counters this properly. If we don't, and we don't accompany policies to it, we will lose this battle. Of that I'm convinced. And that is especially true now as we are advancing into the European parliamentary elections, that we need to really do what we can here in Sweden, which is perhaps historically also a bit EU-skeptic nation, but across Europe, together, because these European elections will be decisive, not just for the Green Deal, but for all the ambitions of this past Commission and Parliament. On the Green Deal, then, comes naturally from this. We're very happy. I mean, I think we can all agree that it's been, in its own right, as policy, a major step forward. It's not seen before. It's fostered a whole range of legislative proposals, legislative files, policy recommendations. It's been a sort of onslaught of new initiatives from the Commission we haven't seen before in this way. And it's been, in a way, I would say, encouraged by an increased unity at the union level that was perhaps surprising, I don't know, the outcome of the COVID pandemic, as well as the united response to Russia's aggression towards Ukraine now. However, and we've seen the European Pillar of Social Rights and the Nicolas Schmidt, the commissioner responsible for that, launching the European Pillar of Social Rights and its action plan. And there's always been talk between the commissions and the DGs to further sort of relate these two policy areas together, the Green Deal with the European Pillar of Social Rights, and make sure that they speak to each other to not leave anyone behind. However, we don't see, from our perspective, the right ambition in this way. It's not embedded in policy. It's not the starting point for policy conversations. And as long as it's not the starting point for policy conversations, and if I don't mean to disrespect my invitees. I'm very happy to be here, and we work very, very closely and very well with the EEB and so. But I think if we fail to mention the social inequality crisis, for example, when we speak of the crisis, and then we speak about policy measures only about chemicals, about emissions trade, or any other technical aspect of this, we risk further this alienation to the people that we should be serving with this policy, because there's great promise in this transition. We could do a lot at the same time. We are hearing from UN level to EU level policymakers, researchers, there's a huge unanimity. I mean, if you've been ambitious and I know hopeful since you were a young politically engaged person that we could have a new future, now everybody speaks about this new future and then transformative change needed. Transformative change, structural change, systemic change. These are words not from some extreme left group who sort of wishes something new for the entire society. This is the UN Secretary General. These are the commissioners of the European Union who speaks this language. And if we're supposed to hold them accountable, climate and environmental policy really needs to be accompanied by social and economic policy that furthers this change. So a just transition at the heart of this, otherwise I fear we will fail in the essential change in terms of climate and environment as well.
Thank you. Chiara, please.
Yes, so first of all, I'm a little bit sad about the results of the questions, but I do hope that these kind of gatherings, as Michael said, like, you know, this need that we have to work together is helping us to be a little bit more positive about the future we want to build. Because I wanted to start with that because I think it's tough. It's tough, and the situation is not easy one, and there are many people around the world and in Europe as well suffering out of the impacts of climate change. But I think we do have a responsibility as climate movement to put also a positive narrative into the discussion and to showcase and continuing underline what are the positive steps that have been done that are not enough but that we need to continue fighting for. And I wanted to start with that because as you said, and also the speakers before me said, like, you ask, like, where are we with this European Green Deal? I think we do need to recognize that the Fit for 55 legislative package is a package that has no precedent in terms of bringing things together. And if today we can say that we are not happy, but it's a good step to build on, I think this is the narrative we are trying to find. It's also because of the work of all of us and the work of people that, together with us, has been fighting hard to make sure that these different files were keeping pushing in terms of action and in terms of ambition. So I think we do need to celebrate that as well, and I hope that will help us to move a step forward. And please don't take it as a naive thing, but I really believe this is a strategy element that we need in terms of next steps. Then I just wanted, I mean, many things has been said about the Fit for 55 already. I think maybe what I would like to add is that also the aggression of Russia against Ukraine, I think despite the horrible situation where we all find ourselves, and especially our colleagues and people in Ukraine, I think with the Repower EU and the answer of the European Union to such a situation, we did get some additional help in terms of accelerating the transition that we wanted to see. So I think when we try to assess the Fit for 55, I would like also to keep, like, the Repower EU and all the debate that happened last year as part of the picture. Of course, so as we said, we are in a moment where we can build on all of that, but also we needed to keep saying the truth, so to keep saying that it's not enough, it's not just enough, it's not fast enough, and we should do better. Maybe I focus just quickly on two things that I believe as the Climate Action Network Europe are really the big miss in where we stand today with the European Green Deal. The first of all, I mean, not surprisingly, probably to all of you, ambition is not enough. The whole package is based on trying to reach a 55% emission reduction by 2030, where we do say and we do call together for 65% emission reduction, as the science is telling us since many years now. And these are not just number. 1.5 is not just number. 1.5 is a moral imperative on all of us. So I think we do need to keep repeating that this package is not enough when it comes to ambition. And I think we can maybe go in the next round back on what we can do to make sure that we scale up this ambition. And the second part, just to support also what Michael said, is the imbalance between social protection and free allowances to industries and big polluters. So I think if we don't reverse that, we cannot move forward.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to, you can remember to go on, you can start posing your questions on Slido. I have 3 little questions for each of you. But in the meantime, you can already start posing your questions on Slido, and you can also vote up, or maybe you can also vote down. I'm not sure whether positive and negative. But you can maybe positively encourage the good questions you'd like to hear, and then a colleague will come and inform us of what the world out there thinks of us. So Nina, you mentioned the sort of opportunities for business, but there's also a lot of things which are not going so well, and some businesses is clearly going to lose as well. And I mean, how do we deal with them? I read just yesterday that if all the renewable electricity we're producing in the whole EU, if we used that to produce e-fuels for aviation, all of the whole EU renewable electricity, we would only just produce enough for the current demand of aviation. So clearly, aviation industry, we need to fly less, no? How do we deal with that transition challenge that some industry is going to lose?
And they have lost before. So this is nothing new. We don't have type machines anymore. So that area disappeared. We don't have, we have Spotify and Netflix instead, and what happened to the industries before. We are in a transition now, and things will change. And for companies, that's quite a normal way of doing it. You know, the fossil industry, they will disappear. They can't be using oil and coal. So, and haven't they understood that by looking at what's happening in the world? It's just they will lose. So, and they won't exist in the future because all the policy in the European Union going on another track. And then we have some backlashes here in Sweden right now and sending the wrong signals to companies. But companies have understood that we are right in the middle of a transition, and that's the only way that's to change. So when I talk to companies, for an example, looking at the big companies in the stock market in Sweden, it's 130 companies. 2 years ago, we asked them, how many of you have targets halving your emission? 1 out of 5, 20%. Then we asked last year, it was 66%. It's a lot. Looking at what will happen next year, I think the target will be, I guess, around 80%. So the companies, they are putting up tough targets, and they are changing their business because they know they have to, otherwise they won't exist.
Let's hope we get to 100%.
Yes, I hope so too. But you know, asking, if we don't ask, because every time we ask about, do you have a target halving your emission? There is a lot of companies, and if they don't have, they get a red light. They don't want to have a red light. So they send an email, thank you for asking us. Next year we will have a tougher target. So just by asking and giving them a red light if they don't have the right targets, it's one way of pushing them.
Yeah. Great, thanks. I'm a little bit aware of the time because we do want to get these Slido questions. So let's just move on to Michael. I had, when I was thinking of sort of social actors and this, the working together that you were talking about, one thing over the last sort of year, when we had this energy price crisis, we did see quite a few social actors saying, you know, we need price caps. This can't go on, prices can't rise forever. And then it's like a situation of scarcity. We have fewer fossil fuels coming into Europe. They have to be distributed in some way. And then calling for the price cap is really just redistributing who gets them, no? So it seemed to end up being fossil fuel subsidies, and I think this was something which lots of social actors didn't really understand. And I mean, this is the scarcity that's coming because we're going to reduce emissions. No, how do we get the social actors to understand that we have to deal with this scarcity in a different way? We can't keep prices low.
I don't know how to answer that. But
sorry, it's a tough question.
But, I think it comes out of this inherent tension between the transition that we know that we have to do in terms of our environment and climate action, and the social tension that might arise from it. And if we don't do it together with the social actors, if we don't do it together with social movements and trade unions, inviting them as they are in many countries already accustomed to be invited. And when it comes to structural change, when you see companies going through these sort of upheavals or quite drastic changes that we've seen in the past, when trade unions have been involved, when social actors have been involved in civil and social dialogue, the transition has become much smoother, the acceptance for the transition has been much greater, and the accuracy of the policy proposed has been better. We saw it also during the pandemic. The countries where these actors were invited to conversations about how we should deal with the effects of the pandemic, when that happened, those countries were better off than the countries that didn't do so. So I think, I don't know exactly how those conversations should be developed or the content of those conversations. What I do know though is that if we don't create a space for these actors to come together and have this dialogue, that will never happen. And I think, and then it's not perhaps up to me to be the, I don't know, that's not my forte. I know.
So
you'll be the judge of what my forte is, but it's not exactly the technical solution to this, because there's both an economic answer, I suppose, as well as a technological and engineering answer to, okay, how do we do then with this change? How do we redistribute the cost of this properly? What we do know from the past, and what we do know from right now, though, if we don't add a progressive element to it, of equality and justice, then it will also fail. So if we're going to redistribute this, we need to redistribute it according to a progressive model. Otherwise, it will also fail, because then it will leave large swaths of the population behind. And I think that is a key feature of the future, and we need to be better in accompanying when we launch a proposal of climate and environmental legislation, whatever that might be. It needs to be accompanied by a social proposal as well. They need to go hand in hand. We need to show people that, okay, we do this on the one hand, where we change society, we change the conditions for companies, we change the conditions for perhaps an entire locality. And I mean, in many regions in Europe, an entire region or entire city depends on one particular company or one particular sector. So if we're going to change the conditions for that sector entirely, we need to embed in the proposal already from the beginning economic and social policies that counter or deal with the effects of that policy. Otherwise, they will just feel left alone, unlistened to, and what we have then is fierce resistance to this change.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And some trade unions have been better than others in taking on board the environmental necessity.
And there's a lot of good examples. I mean, we have some, at least tentatively, positive examples from Germany, same in Spain, where we've invited local communities to these kind of discussions where just transition then happens more naturally, more smoothly. That's
and then you have the mining and the chemicals trade unions that are pretty bad as well.
And they're very strong, They're very, very strong in their respective sectors. They're the origins of democracy in many ways. So if you don't invite them, they will resist.
Thanks. So before we get to the online questions, and maybe you found your way to Slido as well, Chiara, I was wondering whether you could maybe, because we spoke a lot about networks, and we're all very well networked. I mentioned you're probably the best networked of all of us, and yet we see climate action is so painfully slow. And I mean, if there was one actor you could really win over, you know, is it maybe the farmers lobbying against nature restoration? Is it the chemical industry lobbying against REACH, the fossil fuel against the heating decarbonization? What is maybe, who do we need to win over to actually win the battle? If we have the feeling it's going too slow and we're not getting there and we're at 3 degrees, is there any, do you have a...
I don't have a favorite, but I think, I mean, we are saying here, like, we do need to work together. I think maybe what we need to learn, this is my personal assessment also of the last years, that working together is not enough, because I think we need to work together and being strong on our specific added value as well. Working together doesn't mean all doing the same things, but really like supporting each other in the spaces where social actors or where trade unions are, and they should be. So I think this is also maybe a shift in the way we work together, and here I'm speaking more as civil society organizations and all of that. I do think for Can Europe, what is important, and I think what we need to win, is also to make sure that EU debates are not anymore only for EU. I mean, this should, I think, is a change maker. I mean, if you think about the role of business and the just transition as a whole, I mean, we cannot pretend to solve this in a conversation among Europeans. So I think this is an important factor that we need to put forward, that will help us to look more closely and more truly to the impacts of EU policy on the rest of the world. And also the dependence that we do have on the rest of the world when it comes to 100% renewables and all of that. And maybe one thing I wanted to say when I spotted this reflection on strategies and alliances, I think we need to become better, all of us, in linking up the EU level and the national level. Now we are working all on the national energy and climate plans, and I think it's a great opportunity to really strengthen the national action and the national support all over Europe, I think, to advance the ambition.
Wonderful, yes, that's especially ahead of the European Parliament elections, be really important, yeah. So maybe Anneli, if you could, did we have some engagement?
Yes, there is a lot of engagement on Slido, great to see, and you're also using the thumbs up to so we know what you're most interested in. And I have 3 questions here there's one on political ideologies across the spectrum assume that increased production creates well-being. How do we address this root cause problem? So basically the growth paradigm. And then the next question is, while we started with energy transition towards renewable, we made 0 progress with transforming land use, agricultural sector. How do we get there with an EGD2? And then there's one question specifically to Nina. What are the points where you need more ambitious national policies in order for you as a business to step up your own ambitious targets? So I'll leave it at that, and then we'll see how far we get.
Thanks, yes, that's a good target. Yes. Would you like to start maybe with the last question?
Yes, we need political leadership. That's the aim, because we can see we need to talk about acceptance, legitimacy, as you talk about, and we need to talk about tougher targets, and we need the right incentives, etc. But if you have a political leadership have a policy that is not long-term, and that have a policy that's not predictable for business, and it's changing suddenly, and it's not. And the best thing is when you also we have a parliamentarian system here, when you have all the parties together and saying, we want to go here. And we don't have that. So a political leadership also as a leader and as a prime minister in Sweden talking about climate in a way that you reach to people. And now it more sounds like it's expensive with the climate change. You will be affected in a very negative way. And we must decide by ourselves in Sweden, and it's a lot of things just talking about climate in a really as scaring people. You need to talk about it in a different way. This is positive for people, and we will get better health here. We get more jobs. We will have more profitable business if we have a tougher, more ambitious climate agenda. We can't see that from the leadership today.
Great, thanks. Mikael, maybe for you, interesting the question on does increased consumption always lead to more well-being? I mean, is this something, so we have a great team working on economic transition, working on these big ideas at EEB, and they, for example, have talked a lot about working time reduction. I mean, is this something that in the trade union movement is maybe a little bit more on the table? It seems to have been a little bit less prominent the last sort of two decades or so. Is that maybe a way forward, or what could you see as tools to get to reduce consumption, but in a good way?
Well, I think we're together in the Beyond Growth conference now in a couple of weeks in the European Parliament, and perhaps the great interest that has sparked among policymakers and society and social actors in EU is perhaps a sign of the times. There was also a thematic in the European Trade Union Institute, and which is the sort of educational research wing of the European Trade Union Confederation, and their great interest in looking into policy and politics that would generate something else than this growth oriented capitalism that we have now. I think there is a lot of interest in terms of how we do this. When we talk about degrowth, though, the term itself, that is not flying in with the social movement at all, because it sounds like, well, it sounds negative. It sounds like you have to give up too much, and it sounds like it's gonna be us who is doing, the working class or the working poor or whatever. It's not gonna be the rich. That for sure we know. So when you look at degrowth in that sense, it's gonna be the ones who already have. They will perhaps maintain what they have, and the ones who doesn't have yet or would like to have, they would have to sort of take a step back. But I don't think we need to get boggled down in a conceptual discussion, because everything that relates to the concept of degrowth, to my understanding, and post-growth, beyond growth, whatever we choose to call it, relates to these issues of transformative change, of systemic change and so forth. Because in that discussion, we talk about how we need to change the dynamics of current capitalism. We need to change the dynamic of extractive industries, we can't just have continuous growth. This will not be the force of the future. So if we focus on those issues and how we would like to change the economy rather than the concept, I think we will have the trade unions and social movements on board, because I would say there's this greater interest, and there's a great promise in that. This puts into question the whole social model. However, entering into it, I think the entire identity of the trade union movement and the social movement lies in this narrative, that we got a growth, and with growth, we could attach policy that was redistributed. So we got more, and with that more, we could redistribute it to more people. And that is deeply entrenched in the identity and the history of the trade union movement and the social movements. So we need to deal it with that respect, I think, in terms of how we enter into that conversation with them, and with us, if I make myself the representative of it, because then it's easier to get them to listen and get them on board. Because politically, economically, in terms of trying to find a new economy for the future, I think we have it all there. So in that, I'm very optimistic. That we found unity between the movements.
Great. Well, you made some friends in plugging the Beyond Growth conference, I'm sure, in the room here. So well done for that. I encourage you all to attend. Kara, maybe the sort of problematic sectors, land use, agriculture. What's your vision on that?
An easy one. Yeah, I mean, I think this is. I don't have the solutions, of course. Otherwise, probably I will get the Nobel Prize in the beautiful room.
It's the right place.
No, but I think that's one of the big, I'd say, the big losses of this European Green Deal one, in a way that didn't manage to keep this kind of holistic policy coherence across all sectors and moving those sectors all at the same speed. So I think that it's highly recognized, even among EU officials and European Commission officials. We recently had, together with Patrick, a meeting with Vice President Timmermans, where he said himself that he recognized he completely lost the agriculture fight. So I think this is a big point, and probably is where we do need to invest now, like in the next step, to make sure that is getting back on track. I think what we have in common when it comes to the energy transition, maybe acceleration that we saw, and the sector of agriculture or transport that personally I don't know much, but I think what they have in common is really like this pointing out on big polluters pay first. I think that is what we need to ensure across the different policies. If we really want to transform the agriculture system, we need to make sure the agribusiness and big corporations working on agriculture, they are the first that put the investments and the pay for such a transformation of the agriculture system to happen. I think this is vital to make the step forward. And the second element that all this has in common, and EEB as much knowledge than myself on this, is all the environmental safeguards that we need to put at the forefront of the energy transition, but also on the shift of the agriculture system, and I think the conservation of biodiversity and all of that. I think this is something we will have to fight a lot, and this is what has been said earlier. Like, it's all about getting the narrative right, that it's not something that is on top of your life or on top of your work, but that is really like part of a one fight and a one agenda that we all need to have.
Great, thanks. Yes, well, that's a task for us. So at EEB, we also have some colleagues actually looking precisely at the agricultural chapters of these national energy and climate plans. So we're definitely trying to step up on that front. I don't know, shall we go for some more questions, or how are we doing on time?
I think we need to wrap up for the coffee break.
See, because I made up time because
hate to be the party pooper,
given,
but yeah.
we started a little bit late, but now, well, but you know, it's well done. So yes, well, I don't know whether I should give some very last words. What I was thinking of, what I'd like to share with all of you is this feeling that we're all climate realists now. There is no more climate skepticism, really. And then sometimes it feels like we're all allies and we're all in this together. And I think the key thing to watch out for is, are we also solution realists? And solution realists for the field that I know best, which is energy and climate, is, you know, we need to reduce our material and energy footprint, and we need renewables. If people are not on board for these two, for either of these two, they're not realists on solutions. If they are promoting fantasy solutions like nuclear, like hydrogen for heating, like e-fuels for vehicles, that is solutions denial. And that is a real issue that we have to fight for together. And that's my little pitch for you all. And I'd like to ask you to join give a hand for our wonderful panel. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for everyone who participated in the Slido, online and here. And with that.
Yeah, I'll give you some practical information. Thank you for kicking off for the first panel. And it's time for a coffee break for all of you in the room. Outside, you'll find coffee, tea, sandwiches, or something sweet for those who prefer that. And we have many things on the agenda today, so there's another 2 panels after the coffee break. So make sure to mingle, have a look at the exhibitions out there, but be back seated by 10:45 or in front of your computer again by 10:45. Thank you. welcome back, everyone. And I see you making your way back to your seats. That's great. Because then we're about to get started with the next point on our agenda, which is the second crisis panel. And we'll now move to the biodiversity loss crisis panel. And for that, I welcome SSNC Secretary General Karin Lexén, who will be facilitating this panel. And we'll do as we did the last time. You ask all your questions to the audience using Slido and use your thumb to mark which one you're most interested in. Thank you. Welcome, Karin.
It sounds a bit terrifying with the second crisis panel, but let's make a try anyway. So we all know that healthy ecosystems are crucial and that they are in a drastic decline all over the world. And as we also know, according to the latest IPBES report, more than 1 million plant animal species are at risk of extinction, many within decades, due to habitat loss, climate change, and other human activities. The loss of biodiversity, as we all know, threatens ecosystem services that are critical for human well-being, including food security, clean water, and climate regulation. So we all know there is a need for transformative change in the way we use land, produce food, manage ecosystems to ensure that biodiversity is conserved and restored, and that the goals of the Paris Agreement on climate change are met. Since 2019, and the commitment to the EU Green Deal, there is a more holistic approach towards climate and environmental issues in the Union. One priority in the Green Deal is to protect and restore the environment and oceans. And this priority includes protecting the EU biodiversity ecosystems, reducing air, water, and soil pollution, moving towards a circular economy, improving waste management, and ensuring the sustainability of EU's blue economy. The EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030, the EU Forest Strategy, and a Farm-to-Fork Strategy lay the foundation to restore and protect nature and improve the quality of EU forest and land. These strategies were then followed by the nature restoration legislation, which is currently negotiated in the EU institutions this year. The aim is to make sure that EU member states take necessary actions to protect and restore nature. In addition, the EU has also huge influence over marine and agricultural biodiversity through the Common Agriculture Policy and a Common Fisheries Policy. And these two policies are extremely important to promote sustainable management methods for agriculture and fisheries. CAP and CFP will be negotiated over the next years, and there is an opportunity for the EU and its institutions to look over these policies so that they are in line with international and European commitments for biodiversity. The EU also supports the UN coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that was agreed upon last December. This agreement aims to address the ongoing biodiversity crisis described in the IPBES report. The agreement includes targets for the protection and restoration of ecosystems, including forests, wetlands, and oceans, and addresses the drivers of biodiversity loss, such as climate change, habitat destruction, and overexploitation. But one may ask, is EU really walking the talk? And is the Green Deal really the right recipe to the crisis? To discuss this, I'd like to welcome up the panel for this session, and they are Matte Blindberg, please come forward, who is the chairman of, in Swedish, Svenska Samernas Riksförbund, the Swedish Sami Association, and also Reindeer Herder. The second panelist is Charles Berkov, who is a policy analyst at the Stockholm University Baltic Sea Center. And thirdly, but not the least, Sergei Moros, policy manager for water and biodiversity at the EEB. So when talking to you over the phone the last week, we said that this is not a very easy scope because there's so many different dimensions, but let's try to capture a little bit of it. So the oral question, and maybe Sergei you want to start to respond to that, is to what extent has the European Green Deal delivered an appropriate EU policy and legislative response to the crisis? And what is yet to be achieved, and what are the main challenges?
Thank you, Karen, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be in Stockholm and really talking about our other crises. But I think we also shouldn't be splitting these crises against each other. We cannot prioritize one over the other. In the end, when we are talking about the biodiversity loss, it is about our own survival, the same as with the climate, the same as with the pollution crisis. And a lot of the solutions to those are the same. And that's where that was one of the added value of the European Green Deal that tried to advance us on the road to climate neutrality, to more stable climate, as we were discussing at the previous panel. It also introduced elements to deal with pollution and with nature loss, with biodiversity loss, because we need to halt that loss and recover. And I said, it's really our survival is at stake. So the comprehensive approach of the European Green Deal is very, very welcome. Of course, usually the way the Green Deal sets a framework, then it was followed up, as Karen explained, by a number of strategies, and out of those strategies come either legislative or non-legislative actions. And that's sort of where we are at the moment. And again, as we were discussing before, there were several moments where it looked like the EU was about to give up on its ambition to protect and restore nature. When COVID struck, there were all these voices that now is not the time. Then the horrible war in Ukraine, there are all these voices saying, again, we can't really do this anymore because it's undermining our food security, etc., etc. So there was always a pushback against it, but some of it did stay on track. So the European Green Deal in terms of nature did deliver. We do have a global agreement that Karen referred to. You know, we've all heard about the Paris Agreement. Well, we have something similar for biodiversity agreed last year, where more than 200, including EU, playing a key role, including Sweden being part of that. We do have an agreement where the world has come together and wants to stop the decline of biodiversity and start recovering it by 2030. And I know we were chatting yesterday when Charles said, but haven't we had this goal already? And yes, it's
going to talk about that soon, I'm sure.
And it's true, we did have it already, but we also now have the sort of community coming together, and there is still more that needs to be done. We need to be solving climate and biodiversity crisis together. So there is still work to be done. But it's good that we have an agreement. It's good that we have some ambitious pieces of legislation coming out. For example, deforestation regulation that has been adopted. It's one of the pieces of the European Green Deal, and it really is trying to make sure that the products that are placed on the EU market do not have embedded deforestation. You want me to finish, right?
Yes.
Correct. So we have some pieces of legislation that have already been adopted, now really need to be implemented. We have some pieces of legislation that are currently being discussed, and again, we'll talk about it a little bit later. We really see a huge opportunity in the nature restoration law. If it is designed, adopted well, rolled out well, can really be a game changer. But there are still pieces of legislation that are still to come. For example, we are expecting the Commission to come up with a soil health law.
You
with
will
a
have to
forest
talk more
monitoring
about
law,
that later on. I'm
etc.,
sorry
yeah.
to interrupt, but
That was
but
it.
I'm really happy to have this positive start because you're really telling us the glass is half full, right? Charles, now it's your turn to really be positive, but you already before, you talked to me also about the lack of implementation, and you also said like, well, in Gothenburg, the first Swedish presidency, we already then talked about the integration on environment, and we didn't get that far. So what is your stake? Is the glass half full or half empty?
Well, it should be full.
It's another way to
That's the
put it.
problem. It really needs to be full. Just a couple of words first about what I do. I'm at the Baltic Sea Center at Stockholm University, which is focusing on the Baltic Sea environment. And my task there is as a policy analyst. So the center is trying to bridge the gap between science and policy in order to how does policy work. And I think that fisheries policy, which is where I focus on, is a really, really good topic to study because we make annual decisions and we get annual scientific advice and we can see what was the result of the last decision? What was the result? How closely was the advice followed? How is the advice formulated? So one problem that we have is that already back in, well, you've already stole some of my things about, I was going to say, it's really good to be talking about biodiversity here in Sweden during the Swedish presidency, because back in 2001, during the first Swedish presidency, is when we said that we're going to stop the halt the loss of biodiversity by 2010.
Yeah.
And we repeated it again, I think in 2020, with the in 2010 with the 2020 biodiversity strategy, and now we're repeating again. And I guess we're at the stage where it's progress that we keep on repeating the goals and at least haven't dropped them, and maybe even add new goals like reversing the loss of biodiversity, which is very nice. 2002, during the 6th Environmental Action Program, adopted, said that we're going to integrate biodiversity into fisheries policy. In the 2002 fisheries reform. In the 2013 fisheries reform, it's explicitly mentioned that the fishing should reduce the impact of fishing on the marine environment, and in particular contribute to the achievement of the objectives of the 2008 Marine Strategy Framework Directive to give us good environmental status in all marine areas by 2020, which, by the way, that you promised the UN in 2017 we would achieve by 2020. Has it delivered? Well, of course, it's too early to say. It has delivered a number of policy initiatives, which are very nice, and I'll just run through them kind of quickly about fisheries. There was an action plan on fisheries and biodiversity. It was really good that they've done such a thing. When you look at it, it's appealing a lot to the member states. Please do what you promised to do before. It's really good that there's an energy transition policy adopted, but it doesn't really say anything about reducing the need for energy in fisheries by increasing fish stocks. And it really also doesn't say anything about carbon pricing. So we spoke about it a little bit during the break here. Fisheries has been exempted from the climate package, basically, now. It's not included in the revision of the directive. It is included in a very weak way in the energy tax directive, which is so weak that it wasn't even mentioned in the previous panel. Should I go on? One last thing.
You can have one last thing now.
Yeah,
we
one
come
last
back
thing
to you later on.
that I think is really positive, and I'm not sure how much credit you can give to the Green Deal about it, but let's say it's connected to that, and that's the amendment to the Aarhus Directive, which gives environmental movements the possibility to challenge decisions made on the EU level. So already there's a group who's taken the EU to court on fisheries and say, wait a second, you're not following the existing legislation. This is really important, potentially.
And needs to be tracked and followed up because we are a little bit at risk of that kind of possibilities, I think. So we really need to follow that. But Matti, turning to you, we were in Brussels together some months ago, and from your perspective, I mean, by words, the EU says that it should protect the indigenous people's right, and it should be integrated in the law on biodiversity, etc. But what is your perspective on all this?
Well, very shortly, what happens in Brussels stays in Brussels. I don't see so much action in my... We live in a quite remote place of Europe, and I haven't seen much action that help us, the Sami people, and especially the people that try to live out of reindeer herding. It's a traditional way of life, and on the opposite almost, more regulation and make it more difficult for us to handle the reindeers in the natural way, you know. We produce meat, of course. There are slaughters buying the reindeers. We have to transport them 100, maybe 150 kilometers to a slaughterhouse. Instead, in the old days, they come up to us and move in mobile slaughter, so they go on place. So it's a lot of that kind of things. But when I was young, many, many years ago, in the 80s, my old uncles told me, we was out in the reindeer corral separating reindeers before the winter. He says to me, something happens in the nature now because the reindeer doesn't behave as it used to do. And the snow is different and the weather is changing. That was before the climate change was a known word around the world. But the people up in the Arctic noticed it for all the, because we live in the nature, we see it in nature, we read in nature and understand something's going on here. And this depending on human activities. So I really, in a way, put a big hope into the European Union because I think the Swedish government, whatever the government looks like, have done nothing right for the Sami culture and for the reindeer herding districts, because we want the Swedish big state-owned, government-owned companies, LKB, the big mining company, Sveaskog, the big foresting industry, Vattenfall, you heard about them, government-owned. All of those three companies have started up in Sápmi. They have made the fortune up there, and it's still operate in my area. And that kind of historical happening under 100 years create a kind of structural racism. It's difficult to understand it if you don't really live in that reality. I notice it every day. I don't feel sorry for myself. I survive. But I feel sorry for the reindeers that die of starvation, or the mooses that die of starvation, or foxes that find food. I feel sorry for the whole functionality of the landscape. So the biodiversity is soon gone. So I'm not that optimistic, I'm sorry to say. But a small light in the horizon, because I noticed that the forest policy makes an impact on the Swedish forest industry that don't make them the most happiest company in Sweden those days.
So you put a little bit of hope to the EU and anyway, but because I think you're really in the spotlight, I mean, really being affected by climate change, at the same time also being at risk for the green transition, not taking enough of caution when it comes to the Sami rights or the biodiversity in your part of, there's a lot of discussions going on in Norrbotten about this, to make the green transition right, or is there a green transition?
I take the word now, because this green transition makes me black of anger, because for me it's not green. For the green transition, it's presented to me by the companies acting in northern Sweden. It means more mining, more infrastructure, more electric producing, wind power, hydropower, that have a direct impact on my life. You have all the infrastructure around it, and they're talking about 100,000 more work created in the northern Sweden. That means at least 200,000-300,000 more people live there. They want to use the nature as a playground, for that's what it is. Today in Kiruna, it's a small question, but for me it's a big. Skiing, helicopter skiing, is a big issue. We have about 20 helicopters going up and down the mountainside in spring when the reindeers want to get peace for calving, but we can't do anything about it. So more human activity have a big impact in my small society. But of course, we are a small group of people in the northern part of Europe. So I really hope that the European Union can help me out to reach the Swedish government, put pressure on the national government to take better concern about indigenous people. So I want to address the Union and the member state, put pressure on the states in the European Union to ratify the ILO Convention 169 about indigenous people rights. That is not a solution, but it's a little step in the right direction. And that's make my voice stronger, because I think the Western industrial society need to learn more from indigenous people of thinking in circular terms. See what I mean? My English ain't that good, but I do my
but you're
best.
right. We're talking about circular economy.
Yeah.
But it seems like to be a lot of words, and I think the Sami people really are in a circular way of thinking. So.
I think so. I think all indigenous people, because they always lived off the överskottet, what do you say?
Surplus.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so Sergej, now we are turning into another direction here, but I also wanted to listen to your views on how will the EU be able to then take on the latest biodiversity framework, listening to Charles saying that, well, we heard it all before, but maybe there's more talk about implementation now. That's what I hear, at least. So.
No, I think you're absolutely right. So just maybe very quickly to Matti, the whole debate around indigenous people's rights, the knowledge in how it should be done in protected areas was, is definitely a very, very big topic, was a very big topic as part of the Kunming Montreal. So I'm not saying it's been resolved, but at least the understanding of that and recognition of that is very, very strong. And if we look at the biodiversity strategy, one of the targets there is to strictly protect some of our remaining area, which is also where your community lives, and it needs to be done in harmony with the subsistence needs and traditional way of life of Sami communities. So there we need to protect last remaining old growth and primary forests, but we also need to do them in harmony with the local communities. So yes, so there isn't, but then of course a lot depends on how it is implemented and done by the government. Also bringing a little bit what we discussed at the previous panel, whether it is about green transition, huge uptake of renewables that needs to happen, critical materials that we need to there are really, really important safeguards that need to be maintained, whether they are in terms of environmental legislation, protection of particular species, etc., or whether they are in regards to access to justice that Charles brought up. We do see really, really important provisions either stemming from the Aarhus or giving communities or NGOs to bring some of these plans and challenge them in court. So for example, so that's something that really needs to continue. And to give you an example of a Swedish presidency at the moment, as part of the negotiations on the nature restoration law, Swedish presidency is proposing to delete an article on access to justice or move it to the recital. And that seems to be getting a... So,
Did you hear that? You should tweet on this, I think.
We did write a letter, so there is a letter asking for this. But just sort of to say, yes, it's true, there are huge opportunities there, but it really also then comes the way it is applied, the way it is implemented. And yes, to answer your question, Karin, implement, and that will be something that is so important for the second phase of the European Green Deal. We definitely need European Green Deal too. We need to continue on this path. There are still pieces of legislation that need to fit the puzzle, but the big focus for the European Green Deal too also needs to be about implementation. And when it comes to implementation, it's primarily about political will, because if there is political will, there will be money, because very often that's one of the big barriers, lack of financing. If there is political will, there will be money, there will be coherence between different policies, there will be participation of stakeholders on board, etc. So it really comes to political will and big focus on implementation and using the things and powers that we have. The European Commission is the guardian of the treaty. We hear a plea from Matti. We hope that the EU will make sure that the Swedish government applies those. That means the European Commission, as the guardian of the treaty, really needs to make sure that the legislation that is being adopted in Brussels is properly resourced and applied across all the Union.
That's true, and that's why also the upcoming EU election is so fundamentally important. And so I just, before turning to Charles, and maybe you can respond to your own questions, why is it that it is like it is? But before that, I mean, with the nature restoration law, it seems like it's a little bit of pushback, not only from the Swedish presidency, and the feeling I got when I was in Brussels is that it's also a little bit of pushback, awaiting the election, some hoping that there might be another kind of majority next time.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
so
No,
that is a little bit terrifying, I think.
It's terrifying, and this is also a bit of a plea to all of you in the audience to really have a debate around nature restoration in your countries, in your families, really using some of the tools that we put out there to tell your decision makers. Go on the EEB website, go on the Restore Nature website, tell your EU your decision makers in the council, in the parliament, how important nature restoration is. It is that positive agenda that helps us solve biodiversity and climate crisis together. It will help us with adaptation to climate crisis by reducing pollution, by looking at water resilience, at dealing with those extreme events. Healthy nature provides all those extremely important benefits. And we know voluntary approaches to this failed, so we now have a legislation being discussed that sets legally binding targets, both for protected nature and also wider landscape. And Karen, you're absolutely right. Those interests that are resisting change, that don't want to change business as usual, that don't see that big transformational systemic change, how we're managing land and water and produce food or grow forests, they are all up in arms pushing against it, and with the view either to completely scrape it or with the view of delaying it until the next elections. And in a way, even though the EPP, so the European Conservative Party, that just this week voted a resolution at their Congress saying that now is the time to stop EU Green Deal agenda, and particularly mention nature restoration law, and particularly mention sustainable use of pesticides regulation that is trying to reduce the amount of pesticides that we use while growing our food. And in a way, and they're saying they are doing this because they are defending the interests of the farmers. They are the Farmers' Party running out to the next elections. So the farmers who already have to do too much, and we are undermining food security with this. And I'm sorry, but with the Polish farmers protesting the Ukrainian grain, that is not the continent that is running out of food. And we also have the huge amount of science that, or the progressive farmers that are already doing it. We don't have food security.
And you might ask, whose farmers are you protecting?
Indeed.
Current or the coming, or who? So thank you. And I'd like to turn to Charles as well. I mean, there's so many questions out there. I know it would be difficult, but also looking forward with fisheries policy, and also, I mean, you have been before this panel and during this panel been talking about the implementation. And what is the sort of answer to this? What should we do in order to get the glass a little bit fuller?
Yeah, right. Well, one thing is to realize that implementation is so important, because I have a feeling that both in the environmental movement, environmental politics, in the media, tends to put too much focus on the next new big decision and tends to forget the last big decision. And that's why we are where we are. So that I think that if we would all put a little bit more of our energy into following up implementation, realizing that implementation is a long haul, because a lot of times in environmental decision making, we make a decision with a long implementation period. In 10 years, we will have done that. And so it's a challenge for us, and we have to be aware of this, more aware of it, in my opinion. How do we keep on course? How do we keep the politicians on course? How do we keep the policy on course? And if you think in terms of an endurance race, to pace ourselves and to keep ourselves on course, but also sometimes it's a relay race. We have to realize that there'll be turnover in personnel and things like that. And then we have to be more structural about how do we work out the exchanges of the baton in the relay race work, so that we don't lose tempo, we don't lose focus when we change people. These kind of things I think are really important, and by becoming more aware of them, then we can be better at following up. Another important point about follow-up is the national level. And connecting, it was mentioned here before, the importance of connecting the EU level to the national level. National awareness of what the EU tools in the toolbox are, so we don't forget them, and so that we actually use them. And that's why I'm happy to be here talking to the EEB, because I think that you have like such an important role there with a lot of competence in Brussels, but also active member organizations around in the member states. And we really, really need to make those connections work over the long run.
That triggers one more question. We hear now again the myth of that Sweden is over-implementing the EU law.
Oh, God, no.
You heard that? And
yeah, and this is why it's really good. Let me see. There's a section in the Bible, and going back to my roots now, having grown up in the belt loop of the Bible Belt in the United States. But if I may be permitted to refer to the Bible as where Jesus goes back to his hometown and he starts to preach, and they say, "Wait a second. We know this guy. Why should we listen to him?" And he says, you can't be a prophet in your own hometown. That's why you also need people from the outside to come and give us a look and see the beam in our eye that we don't see ourselves when we're just focusing on the piece of grain in his eye.
I think that was a fair enough quote, so thank you for that.
Yep. But I'd like to mention, if I can, one other thing that I think is really important, and that's biodiversity is trickier than climate. Tricky as climate is, you have like measurable targets there, much more measurable than you do for biodiversity. You have instruments that are also much more measurable. You have things like the Energy Tax Directive. We don't have an extractive biomass tax directive. Why not?
More tricky.
Huh? It's more tricky, it's a lot more tricky, except that, like, say, for fisheries, we know that we're extracting thousands, tens of thousands of tons of biomass. In Iceland, they tax it. In the EU, we don't. On the contrary, we give subsidies to the fishing industry in the form of exemptions from carbon pricing. So for biodiversity is a lot more tricky. And a hinder that we have is requirements for scientific certainty before we move. So we have to know how far we have to move and how fast. And it's not enough for the policy to know we have to move in that direction. We have to move a lot faster than we have. So I'd like to refer to an article about that that's like identifying scientific unreasonable demands on scientific certainty as a barrier, a fundamental barrier to environmental policy that was co-authored by one of the people in the room here, by the way.
Okay, let's go back to that. Matti, we talked about the green transition before. There is also another saying that is the just transition, and you were a little bit into that. But if you were thinking of the concept of just transition, what would be your message to maybe to Brussels, but also to Stockholm components that we need to have in mind?
As you saw, we met in Brussels a month ago, something like that. And there I met some people from Latin America, South America, so fighting for the forest, for rainforest, because there was indigenous people. There were an American mining company that would come in and extract some minerals. I don't remember what, but anyway, they tried to fight them because they need the forest for the animals and for the livestock. And what happens then? They get the animals killed. People shoot them if they try to stop the destroying of the natural landscape, and because they need the land. And then I realized it's the same mechanism all over the world when it comes to big companies that want to make quick and fast and big money. Because exactly the same thing happens in my home area. If we try to protect the forest from logging industry, we know a couple of days later we're going to find dead reindeers in the forest. Or if you see a picture on the social media when people run over reindeers with snowmobiles. So it's not only a problem in remote country from here. It happens in my area, and I become so emotional when I start talking about this. It's very hard for me to explain myself because it's a reality I live with. It sounds really unreal, but that's a fact, and it's not happens every day, but it happens, and once is once too much. So I think it's very. I see very dark in the future because I have met some of the new politicians in Sweden, ministers, and I realize they have very little knowledge about indigenous people and very little knowledge about the Sami people and no knowledge at all about the reindeer herding culture and the ecosystem and the functionality of nature and biodiversity. So that is my message to you work in the European Union. Help us to get them to understand they need to make indigenous people around the world equal with the rest of the population, because then we could sit around the table and have meaningful discussion about the future. But today we become overrun by economical interest because the economic interest had the law and act on their side. So that's my message.
Yeah, that's
thank you.
Very good way of putting it. And so, Sergei, I think we have questions, but if you would like to take 1 minute on looking forward I wanted you to say something around CAP, for instance.
No, I think Matti's point is absolutely right. You know, we need to look at the big, powerful economic interests, those vested interests that are, you know, really maintaining those huge sectoral policies, whether it's the CFP that Charles mentioned on the Common Agricultural Policy, and in a way the Green Deal tried to do that. Unfortunately, it came almost sort of too late in the negotiations of the CAP, but these are, you know, the big priorities for EGD2. You're also absolutely right. It depends on the elections results. It depends on what the next agenda for the EU really is. But those are the key drivers that we have to address: the land use, the overfishing, the overlogging, really making sure that the policy is right. We're also using things like economic instruments in the right way. We've mentioned the polluter pays. That is totally not applied. We mentioned some of the precautionary approaches that are already there. So all those important elements really remain as a huge priority. Maybe one difference, and that's the science is very, very clear: we are running out of time. The window of opportunity before we reach those tipping points is closing. So, you know, we probably won't be in a luxurious position in 2030 saying, you know, we will try to halt the loss of biodiversity again, because there will, you know, we already see what climate change feels like with droughts everywhere.
So the toolbox has been there for a while, and now we are really running out of time. So that is perhaps the conclusion. Anneli, I can see you standing there, and I'm sure you have a lot of different questions for us.
The audience have several questions. There's one concrete question on what should be the next European Commission's top 3 priorities to further halt biodiversity loss and restore biodiversity within the EU. So that's one. And then there was a question raised also on the link between loss of biodiversity and agriculture and how it's not aligned at the moment, but you already commented on that. There's also been points raised on the difficult situation with worse droughts and what policies need to be put in place to ensure that we strengthen resilience towards droughts in the future. And I can also mention that, as Matti was already commenting a bit on, that, you know, there's agreement from the audience also that at the moment it's like reindeer herding is sort of seen as only a human activity and not really as part of the ecosystem, and like so there's a need to integrate indigenous use of land into biodiversity legislation. So that's not a question. It's more of a comment from the audience where a lot of people see that.
But maybe I think those top 3 priorities and also how to strengthen resilience. I think that's a question for all of you, actually. You want to start, Charles?
Sure. 3 priorities. One is tighten the loopholes. Because if we're saying that like things are legislative and things like that and binding, if you look at, say, fisheries, there's loopholes. So you have to tighten the loopholes, number 1. Number 2, rules of thumb are necessary to use instead of waiting for the scientific certainty. And the third thing is that the Commission should really take on its role as the guardian of the treaty instead of the maker of deals, because it's been too much in fisheries policy, and I assume in many other policies, it works as the maker of deals in practice. So, and if, should I say something about the drought?
Yeah, please, because I think this
in
is
fisheries?
the last round, actually.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about drought in fisheries, but we have like a similar problem, and that's marine heat waves that are like really, really potentially very damaging. And obviously, the best thing that we can do is to not extract as much biomass so that we have like more fish, and in particular make sure that the biodiversity within the fish species is maintained. And again, a rule of the thumb, don't extract as much biomass as what we're doing.
Thank you so much. Very, very smart. Matti?
I have no really good answer on any of that question you're saying, because it's so difficult issues to understand the complexity of.
So is it anything else you'd like to send with us? Something
I think I said everything, and most important, I think, very compact and short answer is put pressure on the Swedish government to live up to the international standard for the indigenous people. In that way, we help the planet to survive in the long run.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe also visit not by helicopters, but maybe walking in your
Absolutely,
area.
if it's possible in a way, but at the moment, the whole landscape is so fragmented, so we can't really work in an old, really traditional way, because the landscape is destroyed. We have mine, we have railroad roads, and we have overflowed rivers, we have a hydropower station, the ice is not secure, so we have to use technical help.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We are trapped in the system, so.
That's true. And Sergio, 3 top priorities and how to deal with drought. That's really your area of work, isn't it?
I think, we just need to, first of all, we need to have nature, biodiversity, the climate, nature, water as another really, really big political priority. So, and it would not just only for the environmental side, it really needs to be a priority across the government. So one key, even though, biodiversity is a bit of a sectoral policy, one key thing that we really need for the next Green Deal, the whole of government approach to solving nature, biodiversity, pollution crisis together. In terms of kind of 3 specific things for the biodiversity policy, we need our road with protecting nature. That is still needed. We have a lot of the paper packs that are there just on paper. We need to manage them well. We need to connect them well. In some cases, we need to enlarge them. In some cases, we need to strictly protect them. So big piece of work on protection still needs to continue. Restoration is a big new positive agenda. We need to make sure the nature restoration law, and coming back to Charles, nature restoration law is also learning a little bit in terms of monitoring. How do we need to do monitoring? How do we set these legally binding targets? For example, we are setting them for ecosystems, and member states need to put measures in place, not necessarily achieve the results, allow nature to recover, etc. So it already is a relatively new, innovative model for restoration that takes into account some of the things that you highlighted that maybe we haven't been doing so well. So restore nature is one big. And then, as we were discussing to do, the big third priority is around the sustainable use, is about all those other sectoral policies, whether they are energy, whether they are food, whether they are transport, whether they are about hydropower or something else. In some cases, you know, we need, we don't, you know, there are, yeah. So really a big agenda around the policies, sectoral policies around the sustainable use and the importance of coherence there. And in terms of drought and water policy, absolutely. Drought is a very natural event. It is intensified by climate change. So again, a key message there, we need to work with nature, how we are managing our water. We need to maintain the hydrological cycle. We need to invest in natural water storage that will be helping us, whether it's floods or whether it's droughts or whatever climate scenario is developing. So really working with nature for adaptation to climate change and coming back to the point that we made before, really implementing the policies that we have. We have the Water Framework Directive that allows us to deal with droughts as a supplementary. We really need to implement and enforce it. And yes, there are some pieces that are missing, but that's also something that we think the EGD2 can do. For example, we can put in place the climate adaptation law that is additional to the current legislation that we have, but really helps us to drive the action in addition to mitigation piece that we've been talking about. Also how we adapt to climate change with nature, with political priority that it deserves.
So thank you. We need to work with nature, not against nature. Maybe that could be the conclusion from this, and we need to implement. So thank you very much for a very interesting discussion. I'm sure we could have kept on for quite a long time, but now our time is over. And thank you for listening. And by that,
Thank you for a very interesting conversation. We have now come to the third and last one of these crisis panels. So now it's time for chemicals policies. So I welcome Tatjana Sandu and will present.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this discussion, to this panel discussion, perhaps on one of the most invisible, underestimated, yet pressuring issue of all times, which is chemical pollution. We have the pleasure to have a very high panel speakers with us today. But perhaps just to give a little bit of introduction on where we are and how we ended up here, just think of the production of chemicals has increased 50-fold since the last 70 years. And scientists are telling us that we have surpassed planetary boundaries and we have surpassed safe limits of humanity. We don't see chemicals, we don't smell them or taste them, but they are everywhere. You can find chemicals everywhere you go, from the highest mountains to the deepest oceans. Whatever you do, from eating to shopping to breathing, we are inviting more and more chemicals to the privacy of our homes and intimacy of our bodies. This means that all of you, all living beings in the planet Earth, store toxic chemicals, industrial chemicals that were made for making non-stick frying pans, solvents, paints, plasticizers, and even babies are born today with this load of industrial chemicals in their bodies. We have also learned that we are not only highly exposed to chemicals, but also that we are highly vulnerable. This exposure causes a wide number of health problems, from infertility, developmental disorders, cancer, just to name a few. And chemical pollution is not an isolated crisis. It's very closely interlinked with climate change and biodiversity loss. We would like to discuss today with you what are these links, but chemical pollution is one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss. and also chemical industry is by far the largest energy consumer and also one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases, also contributed to climate change. So what has been done in Europe so far and was still to be done? We had a very bold vision through the European Green Deal that really brought us, gave us a roadmap towards zero pollution, toxic-free environments, how to support transition of the chemical industry that so badly needed, and its chemical strategy for sustainability was also key, is at the forefront and the center of the European Green Deal, as it brings measures and actions that can support this transition that is needed and help to reach the future that we want. There are some important revisions, such as the CLP regulation, REACH regulation, that unfortunately, as we heard today, has been delayed, giving in to the calls of some chemical industries. We can also explore the impact of this delay. But also, I would like to give a bit of overarching view on it's not only about REACH and CLP, but there are many other revisions and legal initiatives that are very relevant to chemicals pollution and can really address the problem. And these are now currently being discussed, negotiated, or are coming very soon, such as the eco-design, food contact materials, industrial emission directive, ambient air quality directives, urban wastewater treatment directive, and also the use of sustainable pesticides regulation. So, taking into account that the forecast is that the production is projected to triple again in the next 30 years, and that urgent action is inevitable, we cannot go in another way. I would like to discuss with you how to properly tackle chemical pollution, to ensure the goals of the Green Deal, from clean circular economy to climate, to biodiversity, to health protection, and how to build a more sustainable and healthy future. So I would like to introduce now our high-level speakers of today. We have at my left Dr. Maria Ackerfeld. She works at H&M. I think it's not needed to explain who they are. She's a chemical regulatory and strategy lead. She has a PhD in textile materials engineering. And Maria works on present and upcoming chemical legislation globally, while securing that H&M Group's chemical agenda remains ambitious and proactive. So welcome, Maria. Anne-Sophie Bakar, she's Executive Director of ChemSec, one of the most important NGOs in fighting chemical pollution. ChemSec involves lawmakers, consumer companies, and institutional investors in the fight to turn things around. Anne-Sophie is a chemist with over 20 years experience in the field. And before joining ChemSec, she also worked for consumer organizations. Thank you for coming, Anne-Sophie. And last but not least, we have Christina Ruden. She's professor in regulatory toxicology and ecotoxicology at the Department of Environmental Science in Stockholm University. Her research focuses on analyzing and evaluating the foundations and workings at EU chemicals legislation, in particular, how science is used for regulatory decision-making, which is super interesting. And she has also served as an expert, not only for the Swedish government, but also for the European Commission and European Parliament. Thank you for coming, Christina. So let's start the discussion, perhaps. I would like to kick off the discussion by asking the panelists, okay, how did we ended up in this uncontrolled situation? What are the main gaps and limitations on the regulatory framework? Anybody wants to start? Perhaps you, Christina? I think you don't need it. Let's see if it works. That's perhaps if you can move it a bit. Let's see. So perhaps.
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I just figured I might take this opportunity to also explain what H&M Group, our perspective on chemicals management, because that may not be clear to everyone, even if they know about H&M Group. So we have, for us, we started our sustainability work basically on chemicals in 1995. That's where, it all came from. And of course, legally speaking, we are a downstream user of chemicals. So we don't use the majority of chemicals ourselves, but rather it's our supply chain that uses it to help us make products, of course. And as such, what we experience is, as the main loophole, is information. There is not enough information about chemical products that are, easily conveyed throughout the supply chain. And this leads to, it becomes very, very difficult for us as a downstream users to really become as proactive as we want to be. So when we phased out PFAS 10 years ago, for example, we had to really struggle to get all the information we needed about which products did contain PFAS, and also how to find alternatives that were not containing PFAS. So it's difficult to do it. So information is definitely my top.
You don't. Working? No.
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 Should I scream?
No.
No.
Sorry,
Yes.
it is working.
Yes.
Okay, good, thanks. No, what I want to say is one more thing is that I think the problem is that so far we have mainly regulated one by one chemicals. The authority have to prove the damage of one chemical and then regulate it or ban it. And first now we start to regulate in groups. So I think that has really contributed to the problem we have with all the chemicals.
Yeah. Well, to me, the foundations of a good chemicals control is that we have information about the chemicals that we use. So we need to know if they are hazardous. We need to know about their toxicities, how they behave in the environment. And when we negotiated the new, it's not new anymore, but for instance, the REACH regulation that came into force like 2007, it was the most lobbied legislative proposal in the history of the EU. And the industry was most active in lobbying to downgrade and reduce and limit data requirements as far as they could. And I think that's a fundamental problem of the system. Because in this system, if we don't have information, we do not consider the hazard. So if we haven't, for instance, measured a chemical in, say, mother's milk, we assume that the concentration is 0. And if we have not tested a chemical for, say, if it can interfere with the children's brain development, we assume that it doesn't do that. So no data equals no hazard in the system. And we know, of course, that that is not true. So this habit or this feature makes us systematically underestimate risk in the system. And I think that's still a fundamental problem. And then I agree with Charles saying it's not like I argue that we should have full scientific proof before we do anything, but we need like fundamental information about all chemicals to effectively manage the risks.
Thanks. Indeed, we were promised to have the rule of no data, no market, but it became no data, no problem. So perhaps a more precautionary action would be a way forward, right? And what has the EU done? What has the European Green Deal done? What do you expect that it's going to do to address the chemical pollution?
Well, I think the chemical strategy for sustainability was off to a really, really good start. It showed such a great level of ambition, etc. But you know, and of course we have seen CLP delivered with the new hazard classes, which gives us a bit more information, also as downstream users, because that is the tool for us to get the information as well. But we do, I mean, the biggest thing that I'm missing is REACH, obviously. It's the horizontal chemical legislation for the European Union. And as such, it's extremely important to have to avoid unclarity and confusion for us as downstream users, to really level the playing field for us in the industry. So that is the biggest thing that I see.
At one point, I think we all know what the climate crisis is, but what is actually the chemical pollution crisis? So I just want to say a few sentences to describe what that is. Because we are at a stage where the ecosystems are unstable due to amount of chemicals, due to amount of hazardous chemicals that are released to our environment. So it is, for example, we are now in Sweden. The Swedish teenagers have the double amount of PFAS in their blood that is considered as a safe level in European Union. Double amount. And PFAS is a problem causing problem infertility, causing problem with cancer, obesity. So realize what that means for the future generations. Another example. In the past 40 years, we have had a reduction of the sperm amounts to 50%. So in 40 years, 50% reduction in the Western world due to different matters, but one of the important causes is because of chemicals. So what does this mean in 20 years, or 40 years' time? So these are examples just to describe what we're talking about when we talk about the chemical crisis that are so linked to climate and so linked to biodiversity. So therefore, the Green Deal was supposed to tackle this. So it presented a chemical strategy. And I must say, it was really good. There are really good things in there. One in particular important part is to tackle and to really restrict the most harmful chemicals. So that was great, I must say. The problem is after that, the implementation, to transfer strategy into actions, into regulations. I can say we have two good things. The big PFAS restriction that is coming. I think that's a really good outcome. And also that we now can classify classes like endocrine disruptors and persistent chemicals. That's good. But apart from that, I'm sorry to say it, it's not happening right.
Yes, what do you think, Christina?
Well, I certainly agree that. I was also very happy when I saw the chemical strategy coming out, and I was like surprised. It was progressive, it had a really tight deadline. So I agree there's a lot of good things in there. And of course, the new hazard classification or categories, we also want to see them coupled with really good test requirements because a hazard category is nothing without the test data to go in there. So that's super important. And we also see now a discussion about adding a mixture assessment factor to the REACH legislation. The proposal, as we have seen it in the high-level roundtable, is relatively weak, I think. It's a low assessment factor suggested, and it seems to be associated with a number of possible exemptions. But I still think it's a very important principle that will be added to the legislation, namely that the total pressure of chemicals is just too high. So a generic mixture assessment factor will contribute to bringing down that exposure pressure a little bit. And therefore I welcome that, of course, even if it seems insufficient to really deal with the risk currently.
What do you think still needs to be done under this current European Green Deal and mandate?
Well, definitely deliver on REACH, deliver ambitious REACH revision. But I also think that, well, I would also hope that there would be a way to help incentivize safer alternatives moving forward. But let's see if that is possible to do.
I can echo you. I mean, REACH revision, yes, extremely important to push it forward within this mandate of the European Parliament. In addition of this PFAS restriction, I would like to mention that we need a broad restriction, tackling these in the worst chemicals, because that will also show the way for next restrictions coming up. Yeah, that's the two most important one, I would say.
One of the key features of this chemical legislation in Europe is the responsibility, a lot of the responsibility to test and to do risk assessment and to ensure safe use is put on the chemical producers. So the whole system lies on an inherent conflict of interest. And this way of setting up the legislation has not been coupled with strong supervision powers of authorities or enforcement or penalties of non-compliant. Combination is like unprecedented. I really try to find other areas of technology where we combine this. We put the responsibilities with the people making money from this, but we do not check what they're doing. And what we can see from our research is that this is problematic. We see also other examples, of course, from science that industry tampers with data. They withhold different or important toxicity information from authorities, preventing authorities from doing robust risk assessment, and thus hampers the way we do risk management. So I'm really, really troubled about this conflict of interest and that we have an industry that does not take this responsibility seriously. So either we need to step up with legislation, supervision, enforcement and penalties, or we have to work much more with industry to take this responsibility seriously. And maybe we need both.
Yes, the question may be how to make them accountable, no? Mm-hmm. And responsible. Yeah. Because we see many irresponsible uses of very toxic chemicals such as PFAS in cosmetics or dental floss or frying pans where you literally eat them. So what would you do to avoid that?
Why do we have to spend taxpayers' money on this broad PFAS restriction or ban? Why do we have to do that? When industry knew in the 1960s and 1970s that these chemicals have unacceptable properties, why does not this industry voluntarily stop producing them right now? Why should we have to push this group restriction or group ban all the way through with discussions and questions and exemptions? Why don't they take this responsibility? To me, that's outrageous, and I wonder why society does not respond to this more.
Absolutely, and perhaps this is also linked with the polluter pays principle, no? That it's not really tackled in the chemical strategy, the revisions of REACH, CLP, or...
But what happened to decency? It's not just about penalties and laws and fines. It's also about the next generation and the children that have to drink this in their water.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
I wanted to come back to you, Maria. It's quite interesting to hear that you are asking for more ambitious legislation while we have other players from other regions of the world asking for the contrary. So what do you think? Do you think why do you think the delay of the REACH revision would undermine your business?
Well, again, I think it's about having a good and clear common understanding of what is being expected of us. And that really helps us as part of the industry. It really helps leveling the playing field again. But it also helps, I think it helps us to to understand what we can do and what we need to do to still be proactive, to still stay more ambitious than legislation as well. So that's why I think it's super important for us to have it, because for one thing, not all companies are big enough or have the resources enough to move ahead of legislation, so they actually need legislation to come into force, and that will help leveling the playing field. And then again, so I also think it's important to, when you do have the resources, to be able to look beyond that and find a good
And
strategy.
also, there are some political leaders that frame environmental protection and regulation as obstacles for competitiveness, innovation. What do you believe? Do you believe that sustainability and competitiveness are opposing factors or mutually exclusive? And how can the Green Deal help to foster that European competitive advantage also means more sustainable businesses?
Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, of course, for us working with extremely consumer-close articles, most of them are being worn every day. It's sustainability, environmental protection, customer safety. They are not opposed to competitive advantage. Obviously, they need to be the same. We cannot, or it is a big opportunity to use it as a competitive advantage too. And again, for chemicals, it's really about our core statement is that it needs to be safe. You know, safety has to come first. We have to avoid the most harmful chemicals and find a good way of making sure they are substituted. I think there are ways that the Green Deal can help incentivize this. And one point there that we have identified is the chemical transparency, so increasing information requirements or incentivizing that more information about chemical mixtures will be shared in the supply chains. And that's something that we definitely think that the EU can help do. We also think there is an opportunity to incentivize development of safer alternatives, but of course they have to be demonstrated safe. So not just incentivizing the chemical industry to develop them, but also help reward downstream users when we want to use them, or help make sure that we actually get recognized when we use them as well. So,
Christina, you were mentioning like companies producing chemicals. Many of them knew these hazards of these chemicals a long time ago, but also academia is warning from decades about these hazards, yet the regulatory action doesn't come that effectively and urgently as we would have hoped for. Do you have any idea on how to make the science being heard in time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a super interesting question. But like the regulatory authorities have, by history, I think, worked very closely with industry and not so close with academia. So I think it has developed like a little bit different cultures, if you like, between regulatory authorities and academia. And within the academy, we are not incentivized to actually engage in regulatory policy development. So I think that is one problem. It's a really competitive area to be in academia, and if you're not incentivized, you really don't make time to do it. So I think that's important to teach young students about legislation, about how society works, about risk assessment and things like that, but also for regulatory agencies to engage more with science. And I think like the Commission being a super important funder of research, they can also put requirements on scientists, because we see one very basic problem is how scientists report their data. We have like a different culture for how we write up our papers. And the regulatory science, it goes with OECD guidelines. You should report exactly like this, very square and things like that. So just for the EU funders to say, look, hey, you need to do your reporting in a way that regulatory agencies can identify or be familiar with. We need to have all this information to be able to use the data into a regulatory decision-making process. So there are definitely there are gaps to bridge, so to speak, but also things that can be relatively easy, I think, developed if the will is there. Digitalization, for instance, just to have a very good system for substance identification, putting tags on every academic study that this concerns this chemical, that could be digitally flagged in the regulatory system and make these meet, so to speak. But I think both scientists and regulators need to start dancing.
Yes. We are getting there, I hope. Changing a bit the subject, I know that Chemsec has worked with investors, and we were extremely interested in this letter triggered by Chemsec of several investors asking some producers to stop producing certain hazardous chemicals. So it would be great to hear more about that, and also how do you think the EU can actually promote or attract investors in the EU companies? What would be needed? What are the investors asking for?
Yeah, we start to talk to investors, and some of them have been interested in climate issues. And then we can see that the chemical industry is one of the largest greenhouse gas emissions coming from the chemical industry. And the investors started getting more and more interested in biodiversity. And then they were unified in kind of chemicals, because they see chemicals in the middle of all these, with the climate and the biodiversity. So we have talked more and more to investors, informing them about chemicals. And since we are scoring the chemical industry on how they are performing, what they are producing, how much hazardous chemicals, how much safer chemicals and scandals, they were interested in this scoring. So it started up that investors now wrote a letter to the largest chemical producers in the world, asking them for more transparency, asking them to stop producing persistent chemicals, asking them to show their safer alternatives. And these were investors having $8 trillion American dollars asset under management. And since then, it's grown even bigger. Now we have an initiative with more than $11 trillion asset under management from one of the largest investors in the world that are interested in chemicals and the chemical industry to see what they are producing. Because they realize that you have to continue producing chemicals, but you would like to put your money into the ones that are producing the safer chemicals and not the ones producing endocrine disruptors and persistent chemicals. So this is a driver what we can really see, and we can saw where 3 cited change shareholder interest when they say that we are going to step out of the PFAS production. So the investors we talked to, they were real happy. They can really see something is happening already. So now we try to help them facilitate the dialogues with the largest producers of chemicals in the world to stop them producing persistent chemicals and increase the transparency.
Thank you. I would like to remind you all, if you have questions, please don't hesitate to use Slido. I will give one last question, and then we can compile. I see that there are some questions already. That's good. Last question. Looking beyond the European elections and the current European Green Deal mandate, what would be your top 1, 2 priorities for the second Green Deal that we are hoping for? What is the most important thing that we need?
Well, to me, we still need to restrict the most harmful substances. We have to do that for our daily life to survive. And in addition to that, we need higher transparency, as you mentioned, as also. And we also need to come to products and possibly to recycle them and to reuse them. So I think for that is extremely important, these 3 things to me.
And I would definitely agree. I echo all 3 of them. So first one is implementation of the REACH revision, definitely restriction on the most harmful chemicals, information requirements. And again, I would like to see some kind of incentivization of development and use of safer alternatives, kind of similar to ChemScore and Marketplace that you have developed in ChemSec, actually. So, but in a legal context to make it more forceful.
Yeah, apart from the things that I have already mentioned with the conflict of interest and improving the data situation, I think we need to work further on the one substance, one assessment approach that has started with the chemical strategy, so we get more overarching chemicals regulation. Because now, as Anne-Sophie talked, we deal with one chemical, and indeed one chemical and one use at the time. But in reality, we are exposed to a multitude of different chemicals regulated by different laws, and these never talk to each other. So we need a more like holistic, overarching system to really tackle the entire chemical pressure that we are facing.
Thank you. We take notes for our work on the proposal of the Green Deal 2.0, but please let's hear what the
a lot of questions.
Asking.
There's a lot of interest, and so to try and summarize some of the most sort of commented and liked questions, there's one question on like Silent Spring by Rachel Carson was published in 1962 and already described the harmful impacts of chemicals, and feels like not much is happening, and someone else is mentioning what you've also been talking about PFAS. So what are the barriers? Why isn't more happening? Why is it taking so much time? That's one. And then there's a question on, like, there's the linkages between fast fashion and overconsumption and environmental problems, and also the use of chemicals. And what are companies like, how can companies like H&M change the business models to address this? And also linked to that, for example, in the supply chains, to make sure that all the production in the whole supply chain is aligned with European legislation on chemicals. And a third one is, how can we make chemicals more visible at a policy and consumer level to further address the urgency?
Thank you. So indeed, perhaps to start with the Silent Spring one, yes, 70 years ago, Rachel Carson warned us about the hazards of chemicals, and yet we don't seem to have learned that many lessons. We are, in fact, now with this forever pollution scandal, no? This investigative research that exposed 17,000 hotspots of PFAS and presumed additional 21,000 across the EU countries. All of them are polluted with. And now in many countries we are told we shouldn't eat local veggies and eggs. What is going on?
Can I start? I think we must acknowledge that a lot has happened since 1962. So we got one of the first EU chemicals legislation in 1967, the start of the CLP, that required industry to inform the users of chemical if they knew that the chemical were toxic. So that was the start. So let's remember, this is kind of a new regulatory area. So a lot has happened, but innovation is much faster than regulation. And I think it's like almost impossible to keep up with legislation. It's just going too fast. And therefore, I always like to stress that we need a responsible industry, and Anne-Sophie says that's naive. But I think it's an unbalance between innovation being faster than regulation. So I think that's one of the basic problems, the responsibility question.
This is also, there are certain legislations that set targets. For example, for pesticides use, manufacture, and hazardousness, it aims to set this target to reduce by 50%. But in chemical legislation, there is no target. although the projection is to keep growing and growing and growing. So how can we kind of stop this trend of growing? It's not an easy question.
Sorry. No, actually, I think to add on that first, I think one of the problems is that you have a plant. It costs millions to build this plant to produce certain chemicals, and then you want to make money with it. Why on earth should you stop producing it? You're making money, you invested into it, you want to continue doing it. Yeah? So I think that's a basic, actually. It's very difficult then to shift. It's not like, okay, today we do something else. It will cost very much money in most cases to change it. That is the reality for chemical industry. But how can we change it? I think actually we have to start talking about the cap on it. There are so many chemicals around us. We see the effects on it. So you have to start discussing how will we stop having so much chemicals around us. So there's no way around it. We have to find a circular system. And then the product from the beginning must be non-toxic. Otherwise, circular economy does not make any sense, actually.
But I would also like to add on there, because I think it's been kind of overlooked in this panel, I think. And it needs to be said that of course, everything is chemicals, and we do need chemicals for everything. But it is, just as you say, extremely important that we know which chemicals we use and that we can understand their hazards and also make sure we don't use the most hazardous one. I mean, that is really key for us. So trying to avoid the worst, and but let's not confuse that with chemicals overall. And I think that is often done, and I think that is also a main barrier here for why chemical legislation is not moving as fast as we want, is that there is simply a big knowledge gap about chemicals and, you know, what is good and what is bad. And I think that really needs to be, needs to be spread more.
And it's a very big difference, I mean, in the chemical producers to you as a company selling to consumers. There's such a long distance between there, so the liability is not high then in compared to what you have to stand in front of your consumers.
Oh, exactly. And it's also even further away from Christina, who actually has the research and the data at hand, so it becomes very, very far.
Yes, too many gaps in the road. And what about this question about changing business models, Maria?
Yeah, exactly. So I will only talk about, you know, in the aspect of chemicals here today, seeing that's my specialty. But definitely, I think it's important to, again, try to move more towards transparency in the chemical supply chain. And that is, of course, the responsibility of every company placing articles on market, trying to find out as much as possible about which chemicals are being used. And this becomes even more important in circular business models and circular, especially when you want to make products more circular. It's extremely important that they are safe and that they, you know, the substances you have in them today should also be, they should also be not only legal in 10 years' time, but they should still be considered safe in 10 or 20 years' time. That is a baseline, I think.
Yes, that would also allow more trust from consumers, no, on the chemical, the products they buy are safe. So we have a last question, perhaps the most difficult one: how to make this an invisible threat of chemical pollution more visible, and how to mainstream the issue also in the political agenda, heading a bit the EU elections, how to make it a more attractive issue to policymakers.
It's a very difficult one.
I know.
I mean, speaking from industry and business, I guess that can be, it's usually a good way to incentivize is to talk about that it matters to business as well, that it is an important point for us as businesses, that it needs to be in place for us to enable the circularity goals. It needs to be there to enable this climate target. So we really need to make sure that we have safe chemicals first.
I think we have to show even more the facts for political decision makers to make them aware of what we're standing in front of, and not to just think about, oh, everything is hazardous, I can't act, everything is a problem. You have to also have solutions. You have to think it is possible. We need a positive vision for the future. Actually, for all a triple planetary crisis, we need a positive vision. Where should we go? We go forward. And I think that's very important, to show the solutions. Where should we go? How do we go there? And when?
From the science, we have asked for many, many years to have a declaration of chemical content in everyday products, like in everything. Because if you consumer want to buy this table, you don't know what it has been treated with, or the computer, or whatever. So that would be one way to increase the information of what chemicals we use, where do they come from, the emissions, and enable science, and also somehow informed choices. Even though I don't want to put too much responsibility on consumer, because it's really super complicated, but for scientists it could be really helpful to know this.
Yes, indeed, that's needs to strike the right balance, no, between having the information but also leaving the responsibility at source.
Yes.
So I guess we need to start wrapping up. Thank you so much. I would like just to ask you one sentence as concluding remarks. What is your take-home message, your main priority? What is most important to you?
Exactly. Trying to find it here.
Who wants to start?
I can start.
You start.
I think we are facing a triple planetary crisis, and we really need to understand that chemicals is part of it. So we need to talk more about chemicals and highlight that.
I would just like to add a positive note. I think we stand in front of a period that we really have the possibility for real change. I think the knowledge and the awareness has sort of trickled both up towards the politicians, but also down in a way that has not been the case before. So of course we need to capitalize on this new situation that I think it really is. When a lot of things need to be done, but we should not all just be negative. I think we also have great opportunities ahead of us.
Exactly. And I was going to say that I think ambitious and well-balanced chemical legislations and targets connected to that will really help and are really fundamental to help level the playing field of business actors. So that will also help promote the EU industry, seeing that is a priority.
Great, thank you. Nice to end up with a positive note by the speakers. Thanks so much. It was really interesting discussion. I leave it to you now, Eline.
Thank you. Thank you. We will now soon, when I've given you the information I need to give you, break for lunch. Lunch will be served, vegetarian lunch, outside where you had coffee. And do take the opportunity to, talk with people you haven't met before, or that it's been a while since you met. And I hope that everyone that are joining us online will also get a decent break and regain some energy before the next session. For the next session, that starts at 1:30, so you should be back seated or in front of your computer by 1:30. And there will be no breaks during the last session, so that will run then till 3:15. And then you'll get coffee break after the final session. And just so there's food, talk to each other, and if you need to grab some air, I think now the doors are open downstairs. They open, so you not risk getting locked out if you leave. And also, there's our friends from the European Parliament have an exhibition ongoing, I think on the ground floor, that they also welcomed you to visit in case you want to wander around in the house. So that's all. So back here by 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Please take your seats. Okay, so welcome back everybody from the lunch break. I hope you had a good lunch and interesting conversations. For those of you who are here with us in Stockholm, welcome back everybody online. Thanks for joining us again. So we are going straight into session 3, the political visions for a transformative future. So what we want to do in this session is we're looking ahead at the elections to the European Parliament, which are coming up in 1 year from now, in spring 2024. And the parties have, of course, already started to develop their election manifestos. Some of them actively engaging with civil society organizations already. So these election manifestos will, of course, define in how far the European parties are committing to better, stronger European environmental and climate policies in the coming years. Depending on which parties will dominate the next European Commission, the question is, will they present another strong and ambitious package of legislation, of reviews of strategies, of financial instruments to accelerate the transition? Will they present a European Green Deal too? Will the parties in the European Parliament strengthen legislation, close the gaps, set more ambitious targets, and support measures to speed up implementation across member states? So the science is clear that the measures that we've taken so far are not sufficient to tackle the triple planetary crisis and to ensure just transition for everyone here in Europe and globally. However, what we've seen as environmentalists in the last months in particular is growing resistance amongst some political groups to better environmental protections. And we see a return to the old story, the story that short-term economic interest is seemingly more important than focusing on long-term sustainability, resilience, security, and equity for our societies in the long run. So we've talked about nature protection, nature restoration, biodiversity this morning, and just some days ago, we have seen that the European People's Party announced that they are now resisting or opposing the nature restoration law which has been proposed. And they have made this announcement after quite some months of sharing, presenting misleading information about nature restoration, going as far as claiming that villages would be destroyed for peatland rewetting, for instance, even though there's no evidence for that. So it's with a disappointment that the EPP is the only party, the only pro-European, larger European party which is not here to discuss with us today. But we hope that we can maintain a constructive dialogue also with them, based on science and based on the objectives that they have also committed to in the European Green Deal. So this session is now going to bring together 4 representatives from 4 different European political parties to talk about their visions for the future. And we're asking them how they want to address the challenges we face and contribute to a sustainable future. Are they going to show leadership for a European Green Deal 2, a new package of ambitious legislation and measures and better implementation of those? So for those of you here in the room and also online, please continue sharing your thoughts with us on Twitter, but also going back to Slido to ask questions. We'll come to questions from you directly in the audience and from Slido towards the end of the session. So before I'll introduce you to our panel, I'll hand over to our Secretary General, Patrick ten Brink. He will present the EB's vision for a European Green Deal 2, or as we call it, a pact for a common future, a vision that we will continue to develop in the coming months with a broad range of stakeholder groups, and which we're going to advocate with the political parties all the way to the elections and beyond. So Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, Luke this morning, he mentioned that he was finding it rather difficult to deal with all climate issues in 4 minutes. And so I need to prepare basically in 10 minutes a presentation of how we're going to solve everything. So you'll just have to bear with me. I'll be relatively light. But I wanted to start with saying this is our vision of the Green Deal. It's developing. We'll develop it in dialogue throughout the next 12 months. And I wanted to start with our beautiful Earth here, just to underline how fragile it is. I'm not actually advocating for us to go to the moon. That's not the way we fix it. We actually sort it out domestically. When Ursula von der Leyen launched the European Green Deal, she said it would be Europe's man in the moon moment. So that means it's important, it's historic, it gives hope. So the question is, will this Green Deal be a person in the moon moment? So if you allow me a little bit of time to develop the analogy, we need to move from where we are here to the moon in this analogy and have a rocket. And if you think of all the files that we have in the Green Deal so far, the quantity and the quality of the files are basically like the fuel. Then to get out of the orbit, you need to push-pull against gravitational pull. So here, the gravitational pull is a bit like the status quo. So the orbit is, if you get stuck in orbit, it means you haven't gone out of the status quo, and we need to move beyond the status quo. And deregulation pressures, as Patrizia said, is a bit like a fuel leak. So if we think of this, that we're basically in a situation where we have a fuel leak, we've got a lot of files which are much weaker than they should be, some are a bit delayed, and so we basically are very unlikely to be able to get out of the orbit of the moon of the status quo currently. We'll be able to take off, we'll not be able to go far enough. So we'll need a second Green Deal. So in this morning, you heard about the triple crisis, and Mikael Ley is very right. It's not just a triple crisis. You've got a social crisis, you've got a governance crisis, a political crisis, and there's a number of crises that we need to respond to. But this is in some ways a bit of a negative driver, a negative motivator for action. So I want to then say we need, okay, to respond to crisis, but I think we also need to basically look at hope and look at what we want. And that's particularly important in the context of the current, the heading European elections, because these should be an election of hope. So on this issue here, what do we actually want in an agenda of hope? At the core of it, we need a safe operating space. I don't know how many of you immediately spot acronyms here, but the acronym for safe operating space is SOS. And of course, for that, we need healthy soils, we need zero pollution, we need a safe climate, a strong nature. We also need, if we're going to move forward, and if the electorates are going to go with it, the citizens, the consumers go with it, we also need the sustainable choice to become the easy choice. It shouldn't be a pain for everyone. It should be that choice. So here, we need safe, durable, repairable products. We need healthy nutrition. We need trustworthy green claims. We also need justice, environmental justice, climate justice, and social justice. For each of those, we need, for example, equity and equality, no one left behind. Global responsibility, I mean, Europe's not alone, is important. The well-being economy, the polluter pays. And we also need good governance and institutions we trust. And this gets back to the European elections. So here we need to implement our commitments. We need active and participatory democracy. We need science-based policy, et cetera, and most of all, we need youth leadership and to listen to that. So somehow we need to package a response to the various crises with the pull of a vision of hope and package it into a Green Deal too. So this is what we've done. And we've put it into a structure of 4, and we'll present this and then have a few examples. But the first thing, we need to sharpen and communicate our vision and principles for our common future. We need to drive transformative system change for this. And this, it's actually pushing for transformative system change. Rights are at the heart of this. So this is individual rights, but it's also indigenous rights, as we heard this morning. They need to be there for us to have a trust and a solid vision of a positive way forward. The second chapter of the whole thing is keeping our promises. We've promised a lot in the Green Deal, we've promised a lot in the acquis communautaire, we've promised a lot internationally. We need to deliver on that. And so the Green Deal too should have a strong thread of implementing measures and enabling measures on this to reach the very laudable targets of zero pollution, zero carbon neutrality, toxic-free environment, etc. A third chapter has to be around promoting a just transition as a new social contract. We need citizens to believe that the governments are actually doing the right thing. So it needs to be a de facto social contract. And here we need to have the social measures, not just add-ons at the end, but fully integrated. And then the fourth, we need to chart a path to 2040 and 2050, and this will inevitably go beyond the Green Deal 1. And within this, what we've been trying to do is look in the different thematic areas. What are the gaps? What are the barriers? Where do we need to ramp up ambition? And so here I'll pick up a few of the pieces, and there's too much here to share, of course, but we'll share the slides, but just some elements. And I think the four representatives of the political parties weren't there this morning, so I just want a couple of things back. We need to respond to the crisis. On the climate side, we need to basically have investment certainty for a move to 100% renewables. We need to, of course, the barrier is the fear of the social backlash, and we need, which is going to hold it back, so we need to launch robust social measures, not as add-ons, as I said, but fully thought through and co-created between the social society and then the wider environmental civil society. And there's a whole host of other issues, but that's just to whet your appetite for you to then read the presentation, and the documents will circulate to you. But not all is crisis response. There's also transformative opportunities. So here, it's the circular economy. We know the circular economy will reduce energy use, and it's a lot of potential. But actually, one thing I wanted to talk about is we need more durable, repairable, reusable, and fully recyclable products. We need, as citizens, as we head to the election, we need to trust our governments to be able to offer those. We also need to recognize that in this promised system change from a linear to a circular economy, it's basically a non-balanced playing field. It's too easy just to take, make, and use and dispose. We need to actually find a clever way of making sure that we are actually incentivizing the right choice. And we need to make sustainable products the norm, as mentioned before. Back to the crisis, we talked a lot about protecting and restoring nature, and I think the speakers already said that we need more legislation, we need soil and forest laws, ocean laws, climate adaptation. A barrier is, of course, funding. We need to make it happen, so we need to address that barrier. And the big, big issue is that we just have not had the ambition or the political will to address the common agricultural policy. So this, again, is a massive crisis. But to be positive and look on the opportunity, there is a transformative opportunity around the Sustainable Food Systems Law. We have the possibility to use this and build on the farm to fork strategy to reshape the food environments to make healthy and sustainable choice the easy choice. This has to be the base of it, and that has to be at the core of the next Green Deal. With barriers is, of course, the siloed policy making, agricultural policymakers defending vested interests. We can't keep going. It has to be a whole of government. We need to take decisions which are right for the whole of our society. So we need to set a clear direction of travel for sustainable food system laws to a fair, healthy, and sustainable food system. Now, the third crisis we talked about this morning was, of course, chemicals. And it was amazing to hear all the numbers this morning. But just one thing, here I said no data, no market. Earlier we discussed no data, no problem. But I think that is a problem. So we need to basically push for the no data, no market. If you can't give the information, you shouldn't be able to put your products on the market. We recognize the level of ambition, level of information and transparency is terrible, and we need to address that. And we need to promote innovation that serves people and the planet and not just short-term economic interests. So here, regulation is key, and the REACH revision, which has been delayed and risks being diluted, needs to be done in June, so it has a chance to be done between this Commission and Parliament. There's, of course, pollution is not just chemicals, it's also air. We need to push for a zero pollution Europe by 2035. We need to recognize the fact that over history and even today, there's insufficient consideration of health and environmental protection, priorities and objectives in the various different policies. The long term isn't sufficiently reflected. And so we need to basically, the way forward, we need to adopt policies that reflect science, and the WHO already gives us a guiding light. So then, I've got 2 minutes to save the world. So then there's other issues, and just a couple of issues here. Environmental law and governance. We've seen across Europe and across the world issues of environmental defenders and civil society space. We need to protect the environmental defenders here. In the wider debate in European Union, you have something called better regulation. And here they talk, it makes it sound good. Everyone likes the term better regulation, but they use the word burdens. But actually, if you look closely at the word burdens, it's not really a burden, it's a responsibility. So why are we calling it a burden? So we should look at the framing and look at the bias in the framing and try to move towards responsible regulation rather than something of burdens which actually holds us back, like the gravitational pull, constantly pulling us back to restricted ambition. And we also need governance changes. Every single new commission, we have a chance of change in the architecture. We have EU enlargement coming. We could have new commissioners. So why not focus on what we need and have a commissioner for future generations, for inclusivity, for rights, for indigenous rights, because we need to have our representatives representing what's important to all of us in Europe. And then we can actually believe in the European project and believe in our electors in the parliament, if that's what's there. We've also got water, we've also got economic transition, but there's no way I can do justice to this report that you'll have seen. Have a look at this, it's really, really good. There's a lot of interesting articles, but in this context, we really need a good part of active democracy and debate, and we need to really think through what is possible with green growth and what is not, and how to couch it in a way where we bring people on board rather than separate people. So these are basically different elements. So now to my last slide, and I've got 11 seconds left. We're approaching now the European elections, and the elections are, of course, about convincing the public that you can offer them a better choice. So these are then points then for the speakers coming up. What is the legacy you wish to leave? Are you committing to closing the gaps the Green Deal is behind? Can we trust you to do that? Can we vote for you? What practical advances will you commit to? And we've seen the extinction about biodiversity. We're living in the 7th extinction age. So did any of you who are now going to speak rebel against the ongoing extinction? And if so, how? And finally, what will your party offer to address the climate and environmental anxiety? We can't have our children suffer from this anxiety. So how can you give us all hope? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for sharing our vision for the EGD2. And if you're following us on Twitter, you can now already see the summary of Patrick's presentation that we have published online this afternoon, if you're curious to read it up again. And then hopefully follow us in the next months while we're developing a more vision of this European Green Deal too. So let us now welcome our guests online. Welcome to the EEB's Annual Conference. I'm going to introduce the panel to you. So all of our speakers are online, and we're very grateful for having them with us today. So the first one I'm going to introduce is Diederik de Setsen. He's the Deputy Secretary General of ALDE, the European Liberal Party, and he is the campaign director for ALDE's 2024 election campaign, which is why it's great to have him here today with us. And he was already responsible for the election campaign in 2019 with ALDE's Team Europe around Margrethe Vestager and Guy Verhofstadt. So welcome very much, Diederik. We have with us Thomas Weiz. He is an Austrian member of the European Parliament, sitting amongst others on the Agriculture Committee. He is a co-chair of the European Green Party together with Melanie Vogel. And he's also an organic farmer in Styria in Austria, and he's known for direct actions, calling out issues ranging from illegal animal transports to stationing of nuclear weapons. So thank you, Thomas, for joining us today. Then we have with us Elli Chrysantakopoulou. She's been advising the Party of European Socialists, PES, for more than 10 years on economic and financial policy, having a background in political economy. And she's currently the PES advisor for the Green Deal, Environment and Climate Change. Welcome, Elli. And then we have, and that's only coincidence, that we have another Austrian politician with us, Walter Bayer. He was elected president of the Party of the European Left last year. And he's been a leading figure in the Austrian Communist Party for decades and was one of the co-founders of the Party of the European Left. He has a PhD in economics and has written quite extensively about the history and politics of his party. So welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for joining us today. So we have a first opening question for all of you, and you will have some minutes to elaborate on those questions. Then we will probably have time for a very quick follow-up question to each of you before we're going to open to the floor for questions from the audience here in the room and on Slido. So let's go into our first round of questions for you. I'm going to start with Elli. So this morning we've heard quite a bit about how, despite all the efforts that have been made with the European Green Deal, we need more ambitious environmental and climate action. while at the same time we need to make sure the European Green Deal laws and policies are fully implemented across the EU. So looking ahead at these elections next year, we would like to hear more about PES vision for a better integration of social justice with environment and climate action. So looking ahead at these elections, what kind of European policies are needed to ensure social justice and equality while accelerating towards our environmental and climate objectives? Ellie.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to taking part to your conference. So for the Party of European Socialists, the green transition which we're undergoing must be a social transition. Otherwise, it will not work. In the effort of becoming climate neutral by 2050, we must leave no one behind. Social, environmental, and economic policy must go together. Much has been achieved so far in implementing the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package, despite a rather difficult legislative mandate, and I refer to the COVID crisis, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, all these events that have changed our lives over the past 4 years. And I think that much of the Green Deal success can be credited to the work done by the Commission Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans, but also, of course, our leaders, our ministers, our commissioners and MEPs. I want to refer just to some recent success because I think they are significant. The PES warmly welcomed the recent agreement on the carbon border adjustment mechanism and the emission trading system. Putting a price on carbon emissions is one thing, but using the revenue to help those most affected by this transition is another. So the Social Climate Fund that is created for those who cannot otherwise afford clean energy, insulation, clean transport, and we are very happy about that. But indeed, more needs to be done. Without any doubt, this transition is a very difficult exercise, but it's also a great opportunity. The European Green Deal sets out an ambitious plan that is essential for our health, our prosperity, our security now and in the future. This is not just about saving our planet. This is mostly about saving jobs, or rather creating new and better ones. It is about saving our economies. It's ultimately about saving our well-being. The climate crisis is an existential crisis. If we don't increase our efforts to master this transition, to reduce emissions, to mitigate the emissions, and to adapt to the already existing climate crisis, if we don't do this with much intensity, we will start waging wars over food and water. So coming back to your question about what are the next steps for the PES. PES is committed to reach climate neutrality by 2050. To achieve this, we need to speed up decarbonization efforts. So the PES has been calling to fast-track investments in renewable energy, and we really want to stress this. We need cheap renewable energy to heat our homes, cook our meals, power up our economies, and get to places. All of us have felt the recent rise in energy prices, and affordable energy is a very big concern, especially to the vulnerable in societies. Those political forces who oppose the Green Deal try to use the situation to dilute and delay the green transition. But we must remember, it's not an energy crisis we face, it's a fossil fuel crisis. The faster we transition away from expensive and polluting fossil fuels, the faster we can bring down bills for people. We have to invest in green technologies and give Europe the competitive edge it needs to become more resilient and strategically independent. Through Repower EU, put forward by Frans Timmermans, we are doing that, exactly that, cutting our reliance on Russian fossil fuels. But most importantly, we need to convince everyone that this transition is unavoidable, that we are all in this together. Installing heat pumps, solar panels, driving electric is not just for the climate, it's basically for us, our kids, and theirs. I don't want to sound cliche here, but this is very important because there is still a lot of climate skepticism. It was brought up before. Climate denialism is pushed hard by populist and far-right parties, some of which are finding their way into power, and this is very worrying for us. So if done correctly, this transition can help bridge existing inequalities. It can promote both social and territorial cohesion, but this is mainly a political choice. The PES has been calling for the protection of quality social services, to support skills development and trainings, to support SMEs, to actively involve social partners and make the best use of both public and private funding. Fourth is a just transition that leaves none behind. The PES also acknowledges that this transition will not be easy, but the climate and biodiversity crisis and their consequences are clear. For the PES, this transition is about promoting a healthy and sustainable society, economy, and planet. And the PES wants society to be part of it. We want to empower people to make the necessary changes that are needed. And to quote Franz Timmermans here, if people are not part of this, then people will reject this, and then we will all have failed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. So that was a clear message and about the centrality of making people central in the decision making and in the transition. And I'm sure we'll come back to that point. So let's go to Diederik and ALDE. So ALDE has been arguing for a balance between energy production, economic development, and environmental protection. Looking at the status of the planet, but also our societies, we have not yet found that balance. That balance that would allow for a healthy economy, equitable societies within ecological limits of the planet. So looking ahead at the elections, what is ALDE's vision of how we can ensure that all can live well within planetary boundaries? And what are the kind of concrete rules and regulations, what kind of new instruments will ALDE push for at a European level to achieve the transition and to leave no one behind?
Thank you very much, Patricia. You mentioned a bit my role in 424 in 19. I also used to live in Stockholm, so I really regret I couldn't be there with you at Kulturhuset. It would have been great. And for a country that likes environment so much, but also Eurovision, I can already say that it's 12 points for EEB today and this Swedish presidency in what you developed for that. Look, I think in a past life I worked for the renewable energy industry in European affairs. And I think one element that has substantially changed in recent times is this unprovoked, obviously, invasion of Ukraine, which has again put the urgency for energy security and the dependency reduction up front. I think it's our German party leader, Christian Lindner, that said that renewable energy currently is freedom. But overall, and I think I will disappoint Patrick ten Brink, what you're going to get here is not a sales line of politicians, but show you a little bit how we are going in the process of a manifesto and our position so far. But it will be validated later on. So we're not fully done with the process, which is good news for actors like EEB, because you can still contribute also to a manifesto. I think as liberals in general, as you know, we try to prioritize progress, innovation, but also creativity for better climate solutions. And I think some of the main points that will come up are threesome. First, there's this element that is always very close to our hearts because we believe it works very efficiently, is public-private partnerships. This is something that we found is a good way to leverage both public but also private resources towards sustainable development. And initiatives such as carbon pricing, they tend to encourage businesses and consumers to reduce their carbon footprint. We also need to invest in education and training. As you know, we need to develop the skill sets necessary to make this transition. And then there needs to also be an element to assist countries, to assist member states that experience economic burden due to energy and material costs. And in short, we need, and we're going to come up with a clear funding path for this transformation, and I think these are the main elements. Maybe one point that is important to say is that we do also need to keep some perspective in this discussion, in the way that we are in a way already leading in this transition. And I'm not saying that it's sufficient, but if you look at the net outflows in the US for sustainable elements, that is about 12 billion. I'm looking here, we're at 126. So I think disregarding the numbers, it's important to show that we are already leading in this transition, but we should obviously continue our efforts. And I think these three small points that are our main axis to approach that are parts of the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diederik, for giving us that overview. So let's go to Thomas from the European Green Party. So as we all know, the European Green Deal has put a very strong focus on decarbonization. We're not there yet, obviously. We now see that nature restoration is, well, under discussion, if not under fire. And we must make progress towards safeguarding nature and biodiversity. We've heard quite a lot this morning about the pushback and the resistance from different sectors for better protection of human and environmental health. We've zoomed into chemicals this morning. So while we're still fighting to get most of this European Green Deal, we would like to hear from you. What vision do you have for the European Green Party? What is it that you're presenting in the run-up to the 2024 European elections? And what are the key solutions that you will push for at European level, looking beyond this year into next year?
First of all, thanks for having me. I'm really sorry that I can't join you in Stockholm. I'm here in Strasbourg. We just started our voting session of this week, and we'll try to put through as many amendments that strengthen the current proposals that come from Green Deal. So that's why I can't join you in person. And basically, I liked your first intervention very much because it focuses a lot on policies based on science. And this is unfortunately not something that you can take for granted, especially not here in the European Parliament. The first question is, do other political actors really accept scientific findings and scientific knowledge as facts that we need to base our policies on, or are they not doing that? So are they accepting that science clearly tells us if we do not reduce massively climate emissions of all kinds, we're facing an accelerated global warming that will not just endanger our livelihood, our economies, but basically the whole biosphere of the planet. Do they accept that as a basis of policies or not? Do political parties accept that renaturation is there to keep CO2 in the soil? If we talk about rewatering of peatlands and wetlands, that this is an adequate measure and not an attack on agriculture. That biodiversity, that preventing the big mass extinction is a key element for future food production. So, I mean, no nature, no food. Do we really understand that? And do colleagues really share that insight, that scientific insight, that the decline of insects, of birds, and so on is firing massively back also on our production capacities, that we need the water retention of these areas, of also rewilded rivers to prevent floods, but also to keep the water in the ground, to give it time to actually sink into the soil water, to actually have access to drinking water or water, what we need for industrial production, but also for agriculture in some parts of Europe. Or do we accept that we have, I don't know, thousands of premature deaths due to air pollution, but also to groundwater pollution, that we have massive impacts of pesticides on our health? It's not just, I mean, all the citizens that suffer from cancer, but it's also a massive impact on the public budgets that we have. And so the money that we then still need to actually help out society, help all the vulnerable people in society to deal with the crisis that we're currently in. And do we accept that industrial agriculture is basically destroying the soil, so the basic fundament of production that we base our food production on? Are we accepting this scientific reality, or that we need close to nature forestry to have any chance to reach climate neutrality? And unfortunately, this acceptance of scientific realities is not so much common here, not in the European Parliament and also not in the Council. I mean, I don't need to comment on what EPP has been releasing last week. They're obviously in favor of poisoning the landscape and destroying nature, but it's unfortunately also parts of the colleagues that are here today. It's not the whole groups, but you know, if you talk about agriculture with parts of European Socialist Party, it doesn't look that good, unfortunately. And also the liberals are very split. There's parts of the liberals that really go with us with an ambitious climate and nature policy, but there's unfortunately bigger parts, meanwhile, that split the liberals in this regard, and that put actually business interests first, business interest second, business interest third, and then maybe some environment last. So the main question to me is not what politicians actually declare on Sunday speeches or in the panel here, but rather what they actually do. What kind of amendments do they bring up? What are they voting in favor? Are they really walking the talk? And there I have maybe different opinions on being all too shiny and bright on other political parties, but I'm happy about every support and every alliance that we can find, and I'm regularly working. You can basically sign up to the actual complete plan that you have been presenting in the morning when it comes to the next Green Deal. And you also already mentioned some of the biggest loopholes that we're still facing. If we don't get going with agriculture and forestry, which is basically the whole land cover that we're talking about, except some environmental protected areas, if we're not changing the model of production in agriculture, we have no chance to stop the mass extinction. We have no chance to stop the amounts of emissions. And by the way, agriculture could be and should be part of the solution, because I don't know if anybody has a better idea than using plants and the photosynthesis of plants to recapture the CO2 from the atmosphere and bring it back down into the soil. And the same counts for forestry. Big resistance also from liberal parties, especially in the north, to change the forestry model from a clear-cut extractivistic approach to a close-to-nature model where you can basically have water retention, biodiversity, a good growth of wood, so also potential harvest with global warming adaptation, with the capacity of forests to react to climate changes. And so whether we will get majorities for that, let's see. Our job in the moment is still to bring to reality the existing proposals of the Green Deal. And I must say, respect to the current Commission. The Commission is not compiled of green politicians, not at all, but it's compiled upon politicians that are obviously accepting scientific reality and that have come up with good proposals. They are not going as far as we need to go, but they are going into the right direction and they are ambitious, I must say, and I respect that. The question is, can the commissioners actually really get their own parties on board, or do their own parties actually contradict the process there? So it's about walking the talk. You mentioned earlier that I'm very much out there fighting illegal deforestation, fighting the cutting down of the last primeval forests, animal welfare in transports to go against industrial agriculture. So that's what we're doing with everything that we can. And for the next term, which I will maybe still be an MEP here in the House, major focus on the common agriculture policy and on forestry issues, because if we don't fix that, we will fail.
Thank you, Thomas, for this very passionate appeal for sustainable food systems and agriculture. And I guess for all of us in the environmental movement, the contradictions between the Common Agricultural Policy and the European Green Deal is one of, if not the biggest failure of this European Green Deal. So thank you for focusing on this. So let's go to Walter. So I wanted to talk with you a bit more about the economic transition. So we've been talking about this whole morning. We've been talking about this, very broad range of environmental and climate laws that we have seen in the past years and what is still needed. What is also clear that with a European Green Deal 2, we need to move beyond an approach which is still somewhat isolated with environmental regulation here, social regulation there, trying to somewhat patch up the failures of the economic system. And we need to move towards more integrated policies that drive system change. So you're an economist yourself, and I'd like to hear from you what suggestions the European left has for the economic transition that you can highlight for us. What are concrete European policies that we need for a new socio-ecological contract?
Hi, warm salute from Vienna to Stockholm and Strasbourg. Thank you for having me and providing the possibility for this dialogue. I can say that I could fully subscribe to the agenda which was laid out by the General Secretary at the beginning of this session. And actually, the integration of the ecological and the social agenda will be the red-green thread in the electoral manifesto of the European Left Party. First, because it's obvious that any social progress we have achieved in the past and we might achieve in the future would be meaningless unless we are able to rehabilitate the ecological frame of our societies, or to say it in a more philosophical way, the reconciliation of the relation between human society and nature, which has been destroyed in the course of capitalist development. On the other side, the ecological transformation which is necessary, which is the clear evidenced by scientific research. I fully subscribe to those who say our policy must be based on scientific evidences. However, any ecological transformation can not be imposed by an enlightened elite. It will only be effected under the condition that the protagonists of the change will be the people themselves and will be the laboring classes. That's why we support the concept of the just transition, which means connecting the ecological transformation with the protection of the rights of the working classes, which expanding the rights of the working people, with doing away precarization, extending also the participatory possibilities on the level of enterprises. So in any way, there must be an organic link between the ecological and the social dimension of the change we want to see. But let's address the white elephant in the room of this discussion. And the white elephant is the fact that we are talking about power, that we are talking about money, that we are talking about the distribution of resources and life chances, both in the global and in the regional and the national scale. I mean, it's not only about, so to say, having a nice social agenda, it's about achieving economic and social equality. To give you an example, in my home country, Austria, the richest 10% of the society account for a double as much CO2 emissions as the poorest, 4 times as much CO2 emissions as the poorest 10%, and as double as much as the median of the society. So it is a question of equality. It is a question of resources. The idea of a social and ecological transformation according to our convictions must therefore be buttressed by a robust politics. We need an ecological European program of public investments in infrastructure, in healthcare, in affordable housing, in sustainable transport system, in education, in culture, and in renewable energies. Indeed, the Recovery Fund represents represented a change in European politics. I would not speak, the Germans like to have these big words, man on the moon moment, Hamilton moment. I mean, this is far exaggerated, but it is a different philosophy, and we must avoid that we fall back in the failed patterns of austerity policy, for example, by re-establishing the suspended Pact on Growth and Stability, as it is proposed, if I'm rightly informed, by the by the finance minister in Germany, Mr. Lindner. We think that the Growth and Stability Pact must be replaced by a pact focusing on cohesion, economic convergence, and ecological transformation. Last but one remark. It's obvious that the transformation we want to see will require huge amounts of investment. And it's also true that the European Central Bank can become an instrument of financing transformative projects. But at the same time, we must be aware that there is huge money out there. The biggest oil companies, according to Oxfam, last year have doubled their revenues. The richest people, also in the European Union, managed to avoid serious taxation on their wealth and their incomes. So we need to get hold of these enormous amounts of money. That's why you will find in our electoral manifest one of the most important chapters, tax the rich. Get the money where it is. Follow the money in order to redirect it to the goals and the objectives we set out. And allow me now a final remark, which also somehow addresses a white elephant in the room. All what we are saying about ecological and social transformation is meaningless unless we can have peace in Europe, unless we can return to a policy which allows us to redirect the enormous amounts of money which are going to the armaments, to the ecological rehabilitation. 2.4 trillion, as we know from CIPRI, last year were spent for armaments. No question that the war which was started by Russia is an unlawful war. It's a crime against humanity. At the same time, I wish to say that that we want to see tripling the efforts and doubling the efforts for a diplomatic solution so that Europe can focus on those issues which are really relevant for the future of our societies, which is social justice, which is equality, which is ecological rehabilitation. And finally, what gives hope? Our party bases its politics on two foods. One foot is in the institutions, one foot is the civil society, are the NGOs and are the movement. And what gives me the most hope is the fact that we see now a young generation pouring out to the streets, demanding a change in politics, a system change, and I believe this is the strongest sign of hope which we have at the moment in Europe. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you, Walter. So I think you listed a lot of potential policies and measures for the economic transition. So I think that will definitely feed into our discussion, and also thanking for reminding everybody what inequality in light of the transition to zero carbon neutrality means, and the figures that you mentioned for Austria are similar for, of course, for the whole of the region. So we have a second round. I have like a very quick follow-up question for each of you, but I'd really like you to give me just like 1 minute, just like one thought, and not to elaborate much more in detail, because I already see that we have a lot of questions from the audience on Slido, and I'm also going to see them in the room. So let's just make sure we have enough time for the audience. So Ellie, I wanted to come back to you, and it ties in nicely with Thomas' appeal for sustainable food systems. So we know that this is one of the big issues that the coming EU leadership will have to realize, even though we are waiting for a legal proposal here. And in the past, there's often been like a contradiction on the one hand between, sustainable food, and on the other hand, the affordability, the accessibility, kind of, the luxury. Is it a luxury to have access to sustainable food? So can you give me one idea of a concrete measure that the PES is suggesting to make sure that healthy and sustainable food becomes the norm and becomes accessible for all?
I think that when we transition towards sustainability, food systems must play a key role. And we must invest in reducing the environmental impact on the food systems. The Farm to Fork strategy and the Biodiversity strategy that were presented in 2020 by Frans Timmermans aim to do that. So I think that we can raise three very important points here. So first, we need to reduce emissions in food production and consumption. We need to halt biodiversity, and we need to reduce food waste. So these are three axes that we need to work at the same time so that we can ensure the food security and food affordability. We need to support farmers and fishers. We need to reward them for making nature a key part of their business models, for not using synthetic fertilizers, for fishing sustainably, for regenerating their soils, because it's very true. We cannot plant trees on dead or infertile soils. We cannot create food from there. We need clean soils to absorb carbon. And we need a strong and efficient common agricultural policy to do so. We need to empower consumers to make informed choices about food as well. We need to be able to give them the opportunity to find healthy and better sourced food at affordable prices. And this is something that has to appear very strongly in our political aims for the next years. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie. So it sounds like we can count on you that you will make this one of the priorities in your election manifesto. Let's go to Diederik. So this morning we've been talking a lot about the struggle to end the use of hazardous chemicals, even where they're used in consumer products, and how difficult that fight is. But another major environmental health problem that we haven't been talking about enough this morning is air pollution. It still causes more than 200,000 premature deaths every year in Europe. So there are, of course, current ongoing discussions, and ALDE is not necessarily playing the strongest role in those discussions. So can you tell us a little bit more about what you will be promising to your voters in 2024 to protect our health and to ensure the zero pollution future that we all want?
Yes, I'm talking to you from Brussels, where I live with 3 small children, and so indeed, even personally, the element of air pollution is something that is really a concern. The answers are really, again, threefold. A bit like Eli, I mean, there's definitely still promotion of renewable energies is something that there is still so much that can be done, and not only in wind, but or solar energy, but look at the initiative of a number of party leaders, including Prime Minister De Croo, to have the biggest offshore wind farm. I mean, renewable energy is still something that there is a lot of room to improve. Energy efficiency, and there, well, it sounds boring like an acronym, and I know we already have a fair share with GDPR, etc. But if you look at another acronym, EPBD, the Energy Performance in Building Directive, it's a very big legislative package with very high ambitions. And this is part of the response to improve energy efficiency in Europe. And then third, again, as I mentioned before, but there is still room also for research and development, and this is something where we have to continue our efforts. And with this combined 3 main axes, I think is where we will book success. And well, I think that answers your question. Thank you.
Thanks, Diederik, and also for kind of highlighting the link between climate and air pollution, and there's mutual benefits if we align solutions there much better. So Thomas, I wanted to come back to you because actually today we're also launching a publication together with a Green European journal, together with Oikos magazine, on imagining a post-growth future, post-growth futures for Europe. And in the green parties across Europe, we generally see a lot of support for this kind of thinking, and it's already 2 years now that the European Environmental Agency has told us that it's very unlikely that we will be able to sufficiently decouple economic growth from the environmental pressures, which is why we need to envisage that post-growth future in Europe. Now, looking ahead again at your election manifesto, at future policies that you will be promoting with the European Green Party, is there an example that you can mention of a policy that will help us to get out of that dependence on infinite economic growth? For instance, in Austria, we've seen the recent example on putting in place targets on material use reduction, similarity to reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions. Is that something that you would be willing to campaign for on the European level as a priority?
Well, first of all, I would have hoped that colleague Dietrich would say, well, we need an end of the combustion engine to better the air pollution, but unfortunately, maybe he was not able to or allowed to. But this would be one of the main measurements. And then on the growth question, I mean, first of all, we have to accept that growth is not telling us anything about the well-being of population, and that only looking at economical growth, environmental costs, long-term costs, impact on our basic components of productivity. If you do not take this into account, it actually doesn't clearly measure not even the economic performance of a country. So we need to overcome that dogma that only economical numbers are the guiding principle of good economic policies. Secondly, GDP growth doesn't tell us anything about whose money bag has been growing. So you can have a good GDP growth and still you can have a growing gap between poor people and wealthy people. So again, here we need to look into the question whose budgets need to grow. And already within the European Union, we see that there is parts of the population where I clearly think there needs to be some growth of income and possibilities in life, and there needs to be degrowth of the capital accumulation of some of the participants of our society, so the most wealthy ones. So their degrowth is clearly something that we need. If we look at it at the global level, it's a very elaborate discussion that we're having because I mean parts of the world are still having populations that still live from $1 or $2 a day, and I think in these regions clearly we have to find ways for population to have a growing income, and in this regard also a growing economy. While in the most rich countries of the world, I think growth is a concept that we should overcome, and this can also be overcome by taking into consideration other measures. So the real costs of the production of a product, maybe also to answer the question on food prices, how can sustainable food production be cheaper than the conventional one? Well, if you really price the whole costs of production, organic food in average statistically would be a third cheaper than conventional production. So by taxing the real costs of production and the environmental impact, we can also guide consumers to the better choice.
Thanks a lot, Thomas. And you also mentioned one element that we haven't had a lot of time today to talk about, but which we definitely will address in our vision of the European Green Deal, which is the link to the global dimension. You mentioned global inequalities. They have actually been increasing again after years and decades of successes in reducing poverty and reducing hunger in the world, but due to the multi-crisis that we experience, these figures are going up again, and the European Green Deal as it stands now is not very strong in its international dimension and making sure that the EU can support global justice and poverty reduction globally. So thanks for bringing this up. So one last follow-up question for Walter, and then we'll go to our audience with questions. So Walter, you already explained in quite some detail what the problems are with with parts of society being left behind when it comes to heating, mobility, and so on, and that we need kind of public provision, basically a right to affordable and sustainable mobility, housing, heating, and so on. So looking ahead at the elections and your manifesto that you're working on, can you share just like one concrete example or two concrete examples of such policy? How can we make sure that on the one hand, while we're putting a price tag on emissions, how at the same time, with what concrete policy can we make sure that we ensure this right to mobility, housing, heating, and so on?
Well, first of all, it's a matter of a principle. I would not be very confident that the ecological crisis can be solved within the frame of capitalist society. I mean, you can talk about growth and post-growth, and it's obvious that in a limited frame of a planet, economies and societies cannot grow endlessly, but at the same time, you cannot have capitalism without growth. So actually, what we want to explain is that any step of transformation implies limiting the power of the rich, of the wealthy people, the power of capital accumulation. And when it then comes to concrete proposals, of course, housing, energy supply, education, culture cannot be goods which are managed and distributed through markets. So the question is about property. It's about social appropriation of common goods. We would say that everything which serves the interests of the public should be owned by public institutions and should be democratically governed. And I would also say that the issue of ecological transformation replies redistribution of wealth. You are right, that has a global dimension. We must be aware of the fact that we are living in a situation in which we live on the expenses of large parts of the global society. So we have to recap the way in which Europe faces the rest of the world. And that means that we need a redistribution of power, redistribution of money, a redistribution of property, and that the European Union and the European elections grant a space in which these issues can be transformed into legislation and into concrete proposals which hopefully are capable of mobilizing large layers of the society. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we will see a very unpleasant result of the European elections, namely the hegemony of forces which are irrationally denying climate change, which are heading for authoritarian solutions, and which are not actually willing enter into a progressive, emancipatory transformation of our societies.
Thank you. So we're coming to your questions. I thank you all for your interventions. I think they were all clear, also not without controversy. So I hope that this triggering your interest in asking questions to our four representatives here. So we will first see if there are questions from you here in the room. We can only take a handful, and then I will already ask Annelie to be ready to share with me some of questions that we're gathering online. So who has questions for our audience, our four representatives here? Ideally, keep it really short, and maybe you also want to say to whom you're asking your question. That makes it then easier for our panelists to answer. So it's a bit hard to see you, so raise your hands. Who has a question for our four European parties? Yes, I see your first one there, and then here in the front. Maybe one more? We'll start there, and then one more. You can think about it. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Isadora Vronsky from Greenpeace. So you touched upon it, but it really comes down to the economy. So my question is there any work going on to define new fundamental principles upon which we can evolve to really have this have humankind act within a safe space. So if we are to keep within planetary and social boundaries, is there work going on within your political parties of new principles beyond just thinking that production leads to well-being, to really reform your ideologies?
Thank you very much. So we'll take a second question here from the front row. Here, front row. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mikael Karlsson, Uppsala University and previous president of EEB. I have a question to Didrik, because you wanted to give 12 points to Sweden. And I just want to say that that might have been defendable in the past, but since last fall, what we have seen is that Sweden has increased fossil fuel subsidies substantially. It has slashed the environmental budget in a way we've never seen before. It has abolished climate requirements in public procurement. It has shut down the environment ministry. Some weeks back, a new budget proposal came from the government, leading to a 65% cut of the environmental budget in 2026. 65% cut. We have never seen anything like that. And yesterday, the government said it will lower substantially the obligation to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from petrol and diesel used in the transport fleet. All this will, of course, result in huge increases of emissions. So, having given you that information, would you still like to give 12 points to Sweden? Thank you.
Thank you, Mikael, for that one. So do we have one more? Yes, there's one more here in the middle. Microphone is coming.
Hi, thank you. So I'm Hannah Gunnarsson from Women Engaged for a Common Future. And as our name tells, we are intersectional eco-feminist organization, so my question will be related to that, obviously. But I raised it in the chat. So what pushback have you seen on EU level from far-right wing movements across Europe that we're seeing? And what strategies do you have in place to tackle this kind of pushback that we're seeing also from civil society's point of view? And there's some really good academia from Sweden, such as Martin Hultman, who's doing a lot of analysis on the connections to masculinity and gender norms and how that is also pushing these right-wing movements. So what strategies do you have in place to tackle that?
Thank you, Hannah. That's a very excellent question as well. So maybe we can hear from Anneli a little bit what is her summary of what other questions are coming up online and if there's other things that people are concerned about.
Well, I mean, the two questions that were the most liked were also now asked by Isadora and Hannah. So another question that has come up is on what are you doing to include negative externalities in decision making on goods and services? How are you targeting the heaviest polluters? That's a concrete question. Yeah, so maybe start that, because you already have three now.
Yes, it's already quite a wealth of questions. So I suggest, I mean, there was one specific invitation to Didrik to comment on his 12 points for Sweden, so I'll invite him to comment on that, and then maybe the others can decide which ones you want to answer. We had one on right-wing populism and what your strategies are there. We had a first question on kind of the principles that should underline economic system change and what your thoughts are there, and a question on negative externalities that are linked to our kind of goods and industries and how we can target the heaviest polluters there. So let's start with Didrik.
Well, I'm smiling because if there was one thing that I didn't prepare and a bit improvised, and look how this fired back. No, let me. And also I'm thinking about Thomas Waltz, because he was also commenting slightly diplomatically about the forest policy. So I think he would agree with your point. Look, in general, what I wanted to say was 12 points to the Swedish presidency, and I was really much in mind the efforts that are being done in fields like EPBD. My point is not to pinpoint one country or the other one. All in all, if there is one message to give, is that indeed there are real challenges ahead, and it is a priority. But if you look at the current, this is still a transition at the level worldwide where we are still leading a transition. So maybe to conclude, the best way to say it is that this is 12 points for efforts, not on results yet. Thank you.
Thank you. So shall we move on to the question on strategies to encounter populism and the growing influence of the right-wing parties? Who would like to go first on that one?
Well, I could say a word on this. I think, first of all, we must not make any concessions to right-wing populism. On the contrary, we have to oppose their agenda, their xenophobic agenda. Secondly, we have to change migration policies. We have to put center stage human rights standards when it comes to asylum politics. And third, we have also to see that the readiness of some parts of the society to vote for far-right parties has to do with social disenfranchisement, with disappointment, with frustration. So we have to change social politics to recognize the dignity of working people. And finally, and that is possibly the saddest chapter in all this, that what we see in the last month is that the rise of the far right is promoted by the willingness of the conservative parties, for example in Austria, to make coalitions with them, to open the floodgate for right-wing populism. And they bear a huge responsibility for that is going on. Still, I'm optimistic. We have had now in Salzburg regional elections where my small and still not very important party, the Communist Party of Austria, managed to become stronger than the right populist party simply by promoting a social agenda and refusing any concessions to the xenophobic, racist agenda which these parties are proposing.
Thank you, Walter. Is there any other comment on this issue from any of the other panelists? Thomas, you're hesitating.
No, I was just hesitating because you were limiting it to only that question. I can sign up partly to what my colleague Walter Bayer just said, and this is also the Swedish example. I mean, it's liberals backing a coalition with conservatives that is basically dependent on the votes of a former Nazi extreme right populist party. So I think this is a major mistake to do these kinds of things, but that's going very far into party politics now. I think what we have to acknowledge is that there's a lot of fear in population that the multiple crises are having a direct impact on the sense of security of daily life to citizens. And that means our role as politicians is to come up with very clear solutions that work for the vast majority of the population and that show that there's a path, a way out of the crisis. And this is our responsibility to clearly showcase that and to show that environmental politics is not an elitistic question, but it's a question of the masses, and it's a question of the welfare and well-being of the big majority of our populations. And this is our responsibility, and we need to deliver that. And I think this will also decrease the amount of votes far-right parties can get. By the way, thanks for that question also when it comes to toxic masculinity. And I'm a male representative today, but of a party that is clearly having a bigger power share on the female side, which is something very positive because, I mean, it's not, you cannot generalize it, but mostly women are looking more towards the common good, and males, unfortunately, very often look into their personal fortune. And so this is something we need to counter. Our whole development of society is moving towards equality, but it's also a main job for us as politicians to question toxic masculine concepts and put the common good at the forefront of our decision making. So thanks for every eco-feminist initiatives. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Thomas. And I think I would like then to ask, go to Ellie, because you haven't spoken yet, and ask you about this question we got on the negative externalities. We've spoken a little bit about the fact that the European Green Deal as it stands is not very strong on its international dimension. We've seen some progress, for instance, with deforestation law. Well, we have to see how that turns out and how it will actually reduce the negative externalities. But there are many more negative externalities that the EU is responsible for. And there are many heavy polluters that are not yet been targeted. So are there any other ideas that your party would be supporting to reduce the negative externalities that we currently have?
Yes, absolutely. I think that, looking into especially taxing fossil fuels, what has been done so far, we really need to implement the windfall tax on fossil fuels, and we need to target those that we have already been keeping on our eye. But then at a more global level, we need to bring together the big emitters, and we need to pass on the message that we are all in this together. So most of you might have been a bit disappointed about the results of COP27. What we need to do is to really come together with a strong mandate ahead of COP28 and push to meet the targets that of climate neutrality by 2050, to keeping global warming to 1.5% Celsius. I think that Europe has been leading by example, but absolutely more needs to be done to address negative externalities. And I would like also to pick up on what was said before, because the gender dimension of climate policy was brought up. And yes, I want to also second support to gender policies and gender mainstreaming in the sector, because women are particularly affected by climate change, and this is something that should appear in policy making across political parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellie. And actually, we have published a report a couple of years ago about why we need an eco-feminist European Green Deal, showing how gender equality has been missing from most of the European Deal policies, even where there's very strong evidence about the gendered aspect in them. So thanks for mentioning this. So we're coming very close to the end of our time. So there was still this one question about principles underlying economic systems change towards a well-being economy. So here's a challenge for you. I want to hear one word, one principle from each of you that you connect to the idea of well-being economy and economic system change. So, Diederik, one principle.
I would argue it's an equilibrium, if you want one word. It's an equilibrium between not only gender, but also the policies we might have, economic elements, market development, involvement of research. Equilibrium is my word.
Okay, thank you. Thomas, do you have one principle that you connect to economic system change?
I think I spoke a lot about it already, but it's basically taking the reality into account and it's about fairness and scientific, basing political decisions on scientific realities.
Yes, thank you. Walter, one principle.
Two keywords, caring and sharing, meaning caring for one another, which is a principle of feminism, which was introduced in our political program. And sharing, I would say, is one of the impacts also of those in the religious communities who are concerned about the development of the world. So caring and sharing would be the ideological orientations which are new in the left, which I represent.
Okay, thank you. And Ellie, your one principle?
I think that we have to go back to the notion of public goods. We have to consider water, food, energy. We have to consider housing as a public good. Transport is also a public good. So we really need to go back to the basics.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very clear. Okay, so we had one last Slido question for you, and I would like you to answer that still for us to wrap up this panel. So you've heard a lot about a possible European Green Deal 2, possible elements that we can imagine and that we would like to see. So the question for you is, how confident are you right now that we'll get a European Green Deal 2? So if you go to Slido and let me know, and then maybe I can ask our tech support to already display the answer on the screen so we can directly see it. That gives you a little bit of time to answer. Oh, there's no poll? Well, then I guess we'll just have to skip that. You can think about it and talk about it over coffee after we close. Well, that leaves me to, well, first thank all our panelists. Thank you so much for making time today in a busy Strasbourg week and other busy days, I'm sure, for you. So thank you very much for joining us. And we will be glad to follow up with you, with your parties, in the development of your election manifestos to discuss more in depth what our vision for the European Green Deal 2 is. So thank you very much again for joining us today, to all 4 of you. And and now we have we have Slido back. So quick, give me an answer. How confident are you that we get an EGD2? I'll give you 10 or 20 seconds. So we have a good sample of answers. It is necessary. Okay. Okay, so there seems to be broad agreement that it's necessary, or even absolutely necessary. Slight skepticism that there's a lot of resistance, so we're not sure. It's definitely necessary, but whether we get it or not is not sure. I guess that's not too bad. There's an agreement that we need it, but I think it's also a call to action for all of us to make it happen, to work together in the next months, to push the European parties and the election manifestos to reflect all of our demands. So thank you for participating to the survey. So then with no further delay, we'll actually straight go into the next session, which is the reaction from youth to this political panel, but also to other things that our speaker might have heard throughout the day. So we have with us online Bonolo Madibe from Youth and Environment Europe, YEE. She's in charge of external relations. And for those of you who don't know, YEE is the largest network of independent youth environmental organizations in Europe. They're also part of our EEB family. So we're really happy that Bonolo can join us. Unfortunately, online, you're meant to be here with us, and we really miss you. But thank you so much for joining us remotely. So Bonolo, what's your reaction to what you've heard from our European party representatives, and what are your demands, your vision for a European Green Deal 2? The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Patrizia. And it's great to be with you all today. Unfortunately, it had to be online, and I would have loved to have joined in person. I think today I would like to kind of speak to you guys about the achievements and the gaps of the European Green Deal, and how the youth environmental movement, particularly in this case represented by YEE, can contribute to existing efforts to drive collective change. As we know, the Green Deal was established with the goal of making the European climate neutral by 2050, to transform the EU's economy and society into a more sustainable one. But what does this mean for the youth environmental movement, and how do we feel about the achievements of the Green Deal so far? Whilst there have been some positive developments that we welcome, as that has been discussed today, such as the increased ambition of the EU's climate targets, the creation of the Just Transition Fund to support regions and communities affected by transition, and the proposal of the European climate law to make targets of net zero and gas emissions by 2050 legally binding, you may have also seen from protests today, young people want more action from decision makers and member states. There are gaps where the European Green Deal lacks ambition and speed. For example, the EU's target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030 is not enough to actually keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, as recommended by the International Governmental Panel on Climate Change. Additionally, the EU's emissions trading system still allows for too many free allowances and offsets, which undermines its effectiveness in reducing emissions. Another key area of concern for us is air pollution, which is responsible for over 400,000 premature deaths in the EU every day. The European Green Deal has proposed some measures to address this issue, but they've not been ambitious enough to fully protect public health and the environment. Looking ahead towards the election in early 2024, we are concerned about the current backlash against more ambitious environmental protections and climate action by certain industry groups and right-wing parties across the EU. They are trying to water down regulations on chemicals, pesticides, and nature restorations, amongst other things, and in order to protect their own economic interests. This for us is unacceptable, and we urge EU institutions to stand firm in their commitments to sustainability and not be swayed by lobbying and misinformation. As for our demands for the European political parties in the lead up to the upcoming elections, we want you to prioritize sustainability and put it at the center of your policies. We ask you to commit for more ambitious climate targets, stricter regulations on polluting industries and stronger regulations on chemical use, stronger protections for biodiversity and ecosystems, and greater investment in renewable energy, sustainable transport, and circular economy, all topics we've heard a lot about today. We ask that you listen to and engage with the voices of young people and other marginalized stakeholders who are affected by your decisions. Finally, we believe that the European Green Deal 2 should be based on the concept of integrated sustainable development, which means that environmental, social, and economic goals should be pursued together in a holistic manner. The main principle or building blocks of this pact of our common future should be climate justice, circularity, biodiversity protection, and social inclusion and resilience. By putting these principles into practice, we can create a more just and sustainable Europe for ourselves and for future generations. But before we close the day off, I have a quick question for you all, so please get your Slido apps ready for some responses. Considering the current and expected political backlash against stronger environmental and climate policies as we measure to ensure more equitable societies, are you ready to build bridges and to join forces to work together and step up our ambition and actions across the region to ensure environmental and social justice in Europe globally? It would be great to get some of your thoughts on that quickly.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just about to say, it would be great to see more collaboration amongst us as a movement. As we've heard today on during the conference, we've had a lot of right-wing movements who actually are able to mobilize and move forward because they are able to come together and present a united message. So for us, collaboration is a key part, and we hope that you are ready to work closely with different parts of the environmental and social justice movement, science in particular, and supportive decision makers to drive collective change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bonolo. So we already have the results ready. Do you see them as well?
They're not as clear on my end, unfortunately.
Okay, so I can read them out for you. So the first answer, yes, I'm ready to collaborate more, get nearly, well, 74% of the answers. So people seem to be very ready to collaborate, and another 26%, so that's basically all support cooperation towards our common goals. So what does that tell you? Is that something hopeful? That makes you hopeful?
Fantastic news. Thank you all.
Great. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us today, even if you couldn't be here with us in Stockholm today. Thanks for sharing the demands from the youth environmental movement. I hope that you will be an integral part of further developing the European Green Deal 2 with us, because I believe if there's one thing which we cannot afford towards the election next year is to lose young people, to frustrate them so much that they will refrain from going to the ballot. So we need you all to vote, we need you all to engage in this, and we need to bring all of your friends and peers along, because that's one thing that we definitely cannot risk next year in the European elections. So this is the end of the presentation and the discussion around the European Green Deal 2. So we're coming already to the closing part and the summary of our conference, Anneli.
Yes, we are. And to do that, I'll invite up Patrick and Johanna. You've met them both before. Patrick, Secretary General of the EEB, and Johanna this time wearing both her president hats, both the SSNC and the EEB. it's very practical to have a person representing 2 organizations at the same time. So, it's been a very intense and, you know, full day. Patrick, what's your main takeaways sort of from this day?
Right, no, thank you very much. I think it's been like almost like gold mining in a very positive sense without the environmental harm or social harm associated with it, because there's been a huge number of really important points. So just to pick up a few, I think for me the very, very clear message starting in the morning and going on to the political session was the fundamental importance of the social dimension being integrated. So that will be very, very core to us. I very much liked a very early mention of the moral imperative, as I studied philosophy years ago as well as science and economics, but moral imperative, this is what we face around the Green Deal too. We need to address that. I also liked very much the very clear thinking saying that basically the fossil fuel industry will disappear. I mean, we have a change of society. There will be changes in which industries will be the future, which industry in the past. And there it's fundamentally important that the policies we have today don't try to safeguard the policies of yesterday, but actually, or the industries of yesterday, but the ones that are there, what we need for 2040 and 2050. I very much liked also still in the climate issue, the talking about sort of solution realism, and I think that's very, very important, mentioning res and renewable and reduction of materials, and also identifying the sort of solutions denial, because I think there's a lot of distraction by focusing on things that don't work. So why waste time on it? Why waste political capital? Why waste money? We haven't got the time, the capital, or the money to waste. Then if we go on to the biodiversity, I think that it was good to be reminded that sometimes the early building blocks are fantastic. The farm to fork strategy lays the foundation. The nature restoration law is the first time in a long time that you've got a positive agenda rather than a negative agenda. Then something I hadn't thought about at all, which was really nice, was to learn, is to also think about marine heat waves. I think we should talk more about the oceans. It's often often a forgotten part of a very, very important agenda. It was good to be reminded of the importance of Aarhus. A lot of people, including my colleagues, have worked hard on that. Aarhus is important. We should safeguard it. So if it's going to be in danger of being lost in the nature restoration law, we should actually fight hard to keep it, because it was a hell of a battle to get progress on that. Then if we go forward onto the chemicals, I thought it was horrifying to hear that already in the 1960s we heard that people knew, companies knew that PFAS was a danger, and yet we continued using it. And it's only in the 2020s the politicians are starting to do something. So it's clear that voluntary approaches by business doesn't work. And why does it take 60 years to get progress? Which gets to discussions later that we had in terms of the vested interests and the political power associated with vested interests. And 60 years is just 60 years of unacceptable delay. And I can go on and on with lots of different examples, but maybe to try to also leave time for everyone else. We had a lot of white elephants, but we talked about peace in Europe, and I just want to underline that this Green Deal that we've mentioned is actually a peace project. If you think about it, allowing us to become independent from fossil fuel dependency, material dependency, I think we need to look at that. And if you listen to the 4 political speeches in the end, there were interesting elements in each. And so what we need to hopefully do is to be able to construct a Green Deal 2 that builds on the intelligent ideas of the different parties into something that everyone can stand behind, because we need one society to work towards something, so that the last speaker can have some hope that her future and other youth's future are actually listened to. So that's what I take, and I'm very much at the end is I like the fact that 100% of people said let's collaborate, and I think maybe we'll stop on that, because you can't get a stronger message than that.
Thank you, Patrick. Good to get a reminder of all the good things, or thoughtful things that have been said. What about you, Johanna? What's your main takeaways?
Well, perhaps from a different angle, trying to see a common thread through the morning, what was said in the different panels. I think that message was that there are already a lot of visions, goals, targets addressed in different fora. I mean, we have the Paris Agreement, the results from the CBD, we have the chemical strategy, etc., etc. But another thing that was stressed was there is a lack of leadership, lack of political leadership that, and perhaps particularly on member state level in some cases. And there is a lack of a convincing narrative. And perhaps I think that's one of the reasons why we saw in the starting of the morning in the Slido that quite a large group of part of this group here is not sure that we can actually reach the climate targets. So there is this lack of leadership and a narrative that is convincing that we will solve the problems. So we have all these visions, goals, targets, but there is an implementation gap. And in some cases it's perhaps a lack of decency that was mentioned here on stage before, not implementing the polluter pays principle or the precautionary principle, and sometimes it's not even, there's no legislation, it's not enough ambitious legislation, and sometimes innovation, such as in the chemicals example, innovation is faster than legislation. And in other cases, legislation is not taking just transition into account, and there is a resistance from the society around where this legislation is happening. There is also a matter of a problem when legislation is done in silos. That was mentioned several times, that the holistic view is not taken into account, and there becomes, the conflicts between different climate action legislations or biodiversity, etc., etc. And also the problem with not including relevant actors when developing legislation, such as academia or indigenous peoples, etc., etc. So that for me was a sort of a common thread through the morning.
Yeah, and I guess then, like, you identified a few problems, and I guess the opposite to those problems is how we move ahead. So do you want to add to that more on the way forward, or you think you already?
Well, I think that it's clear that we need a Green Deal too. That's clear from the whole day, all of the sessions today. And I think that the response to this poll that was one of the last ones we did here, if it will happen. I think if we listen to the politicians or the party representatives that were here now, I think that it's something that we will see. But of course, they are not representing all parties, and therefore it's so important with the next elections in 2024, because we need a parliament and we need a commission that is willing to push a new Green Deal, a Green Deal 2, that is more ambitious than the previous one, taking into account new areas and the holistic view that we've been discussing, and also making sure that we implement the legislation and visions that are already in place. And also I think it's important then to involve different actors to make sure that the legislation is done in the right way from the beginning. And there are so many different groups. The youth perspective here is of course very important, indigenous peoples, academia, social movement, progressive industry, and environmental movement representatives, etc., etc. So, well, that's part of what I think needs to be done.
Yeah. So you've already established we need a European Green Deal too. And moving to Patrick, what do you see as the next steps for the EGD?
Right. No, thanks very much. I think it's very, very clear. We've got 12, 14 months to finish the legislative process of the Green Deal that we have. This was been articulated all morning, that there's a whole bunch of pressures against it. So we need to really work together to avoid these things being delayed or dropped or diluted. That is absolutely essential. So then we need to all work together towards the European elections so that we actually make sure the debate is focused on the things that are actually will affect all of us, all of our children, the next generation, rather than just having bumper stickers which sound good. It needs to be focused on the essence, and we really can't afford to lose the next 5 years by getting the wrong parliament, and hence the wrong sort of constellation eventually for the Commission. So we need the Green Deal too, and it has to integrate all of those elements that we've already discussed. But then I suspect we'll also need a Green Deal 3 and a Green Deal 4 and a Green Deal 5, and then all of us can retire and relax in 2050 when we've solved everything. But anyway, so we use the word hope a lot, and I think that's really, really important. But hope is one of these strange words because at one level it's positive, and I'm not going back to the sort of the 6th century Augustinian discussion about hope versus faith. Don't worry, I'm not going there. But hope actually is something. But we need more than hope. We need action. We need collaboration. We need results. So this is basically where we have to be there. We have to take the hope to pull us together. Then we need to identify, a bit like across the political parties, lots of people have got different ideas. Which clever bits can we use from different people to work together to actually get the action and agency on the ground to create basically the future we want? I haven't got that many years left, but I think it's for the youth presented before and the youth after that. We need to collectively make sure that there's a positive legacy for each of them so they have the future that they deserve. And that's just basically back to it. It's a moral imperative for us to do that. So that's what I'd say. Oh, and one thing just to say that in terms of the process, I mean, we presented here a number of ideas. There's no way I could have gone through all those bullets. What we're going to have is we're also circulating not only the slides, but we'll pull together some papers. So if you have any ideas and suggestions on what's important to you in terms of addressing the gaps, the barriers, where to accelerate, issues of principles and so on, the other elements we didn't talk, please get in touch. We'll also launch 2, 3 or 4 different stakeholder discussions. We're trying to have a close discussion with the whole social community to really make sure that we integrate the social solutions into that. And we'll also have a discussion with youth. We'll try to have a discussion with progressive business as well, think tanks to make sure academia is there, and then of course the wider decision-making community, so it's also absorbed. So anyone who wishes to be in touch and help co-create this is what we'll be aiming for all the way to the next elections. And then we'll hope to have a Green Deal 2, which can be a plug-and-play version ready for the next President of the Commission to say, oh, I like that. Let's take that and let's set the agenda.
Thank you. Now we've come to the thanks, to the ending and the thanks, and we're all on stage already. So first you.
Who do I start? Thanking.
Go on. You start, thank you. Go on.
We want to thank. Well, I want to thank everyone here attending in person and everyone attending online. Great that you joined this conference on very, very important topics. And I also would like to thank you for guiding us through the day in a very calm and nice and professional way. So thanks a lot. And also, of course, all the facilitators, all the panelists being on stage and talking to us in a very knowledgeable and great way. And of course, all the organizers from the SNC and from the EEB and Patrick and you.
Right.
There's so many thank you.
You've not left me very much, but well, first of all, the technicians, it's often forgotten. But then also basically to thank the SSNC. I mean, because this has been a really close collaboration between us over the last year. And it's been brilliant. It's been almost effortless. We've been impressed by your professionalism, and all of us want to now in the Brussels office become a little bit more Swedish, at least with respect to your image of Sweden, not the entire image of Sweden. I don't want to get 12 points in the wrong place. And then now I've just distracted myself from my final thing I wanted to say. Anyway, I'm sure you'll have lots of thanks to give as well, but huge thanks. Oh, yes, I remember now. Just a lot of our members have come from all over Europe. This is often a huge effort, especially those that came by sea and by train and by bicycle. And this is a big effort. So we've tried to make today as interesting as we could possibly make it. But yesterday evening was a real additional bonus. We were able to go, thanks to Stockholm City Hall, to basically see the Nobel House. All of us dreamt about one day getting a Nobel Prize. And maybe this is the objective for us. If all of us collectively work together, that maybe in 10 years, in 20 years, we'll get a joint Nobel Prize for all of us for having solved the problem that has beleaguered us. So then we can come back again.
I would still like to thank all the dozens of colleagues from SSNC and EEB who are not visible on stage, but who are making this happen, from our comms team, our membership team, our events team, the policy team. So thank you so much, everybody, for collaborating. It's been a lot of fun over this 1 year to make this happen all together. So that's been wonderful.
It has been wonderful. It's good. It's a great thing having all representatives from all over Europe, from the environmental movement, coming to Stockholm, welcoming you.
And we thank you very much for inviting us to Stockholm. And that also leaves me to say that it's not over yet. So for all the EB members, we'll actually continue after a due break with the beginning of our annual general meeting here in the Culture Center. But before we start at 4 o'clock, you now have more time to mingle, continue discussions that you probably started over lunch. So there will be some fika arrangement outside. If you don't know what fika is, you can ask your Swedish friends what it is, and you can find out outside. So feel free to stay, even if you're not attending the AGM, until 4 o'clock before we have to resume our meetings. And I understand that we have already set up the tables for the AGM. So if you see tables with white tablecloth, please stay away from them. It's not that we don't trust your manners, but they're meant to be for our AGM later on. So help yourself to coffee, tea, and cake. And well, thank you all for coming. And actually, next year we'll be hosting our annual conference again in Brussels. And just so that you can already scribble that down in your agendas, we're going to be celebrating 50 years of EEB. So you can expect not only a conference, but also some celebrations. So yeah, stay tuned, and we hope that many of you will find your ways to Brussels next year. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.